Kapuguiga, Yutamura, which in my language means G'day everyone. My name is Zipporah Corsa Anu, and I'm a proud Torres Strait Islander woman from Saibai Island in the Torres Strait. It gives me great pleasure to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we stand. We pay our respects to their elders, past, present and emerging, and extend that respect to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people present today. The stars are our totemic spirits. May the stars shine bright wherever you are and guide you all.
So I'm going to hazard a guess without anything on the screen that this is heat 3 of the boys 12 years, and that was a strong swimmer over in lane 5 and 6. No, this might be heat 3 of the boys 12 years, which would make that one heat 2. So we've got the boys on the blocks, I believe, for the heat 3 of 3 for the boys 12 years, 50 metres freestyle. Lanes 4 and 5, as is the case in swimming, have the fastest times coming into this event for this heat. Can always get a bolter, but 4 and 5 have the runs on the board. And that's where the way we finished there. I believe that was Cohen Clavel and Liam Jordan. Getting names on screen, and this will be the girls 13 years freestyle heat 1, and from Jenna Rubaum in lane 0, which is closest to us on screen, to Adelaide Wilkinson in lane 9 on the far side, and there's the rest of the field. Ruby Walsh Now we've had a change of names, but we know these are still the girls. So this is heat. I'm not going to declare it because the names have changed. So that's one of the heats, either 1 or 2 of the girls' 13 years heats, and we've got Eva Keane was the winner of that heat in 28.40 against that heat. So that was heat 2. So we've now got heat 3 away. Molly Castle, Ashley Sims, Chelsea Lang, Maya Georges, Tilly Figgers, Sabrina Zhang, Rinau Lee, Nakaya Salter, Caitlin Williams and Dakota Kerr. We apologise for those technical difficulties early. We hope we can get through unscathed. We're looking at a very small screen here. I'd say about, in the old term, about 4 or 5 inches times 5 or 4 inches, because a lot of other information on the screen. Some we need, some we don't, but that's okay, we can deal with that. So now the boys, 13 years. Boys, 13 years. We've got too many to fit them all into the 4 heats. The first heat is just the 2 swimmers, Jack Miller and Max Barrett. Williama and Lightning Ridge. Max from Williama and Jack Miller, Lightning Ridge. A long way to come, but they're swimming beautifully. And good day to all of our friends in Williama and Lightning Ridge. Good swims. It was Nip and Tuck, Jack in 31.59 and Max in 31.95. So we go to heat 2 of the boys 13 years freestyle. Richard, Kemp Richards, Cooper Walsh, Nicholas Gavin, Lachlan Webster, Jack Stockley, Brodie Smith, Jet Burke, and in lane 8, Richard Arcott. So it's the middle lanes dominating, given they're graded from the middle to the outside. Brodie Smith was first in 27.03 in that heat. 27.03. The record for the 13 years 50 metres is 26.01. And there's your field for the next heat. This is heat 3. A bit unsteady on the blocks, so the starters call them back. Charlie Morrison, Stanley Morrison, Connor Morgan, Brideth Peters, Lachlan Davies, Alessandro Elemento, Ji Hao Piang, Felix Lavea and Jock Graham, and they're in the water. So we'll keep our eye on these finishing times to have a look at which heats have been the fastest. That'll give you an indication of where the swimmers will come from for the final. That's another strong swim. It coasted in Lachlan Davies in 26.81, so that's the fastest heat so far. Lachlan Davies 26.81, and the rest of the field is on the screen. So we're now going to the last heat. We get through these quickly. There's a lot of events on today, so the starter will keep them moving. It's not just that he has an appointment this afternoon, conclusion. We've lost vision again, so I hope at home you can see on screen what's happening. I can see time. Joshua Hand, 26.69. So of the boys' 4 heats, the last 2 were the quickest, so we'd expect, not necessarily, but we'd expect that a couple more swimmers might come out of there to move up into the final. The next event will be the 14 years girls 50 metre freestyle, and 3 competitors to start us off in lanes 3, 4, 5. We've got Sari Layton, Millie Collins and Violet Henson.
This is the final master call for events 75, 76, 77 and 78. The girls and boys 1 years and girls and boys 30, 100.
Those young ladies from Leeton, Narrabri and Denison College. It'll be Millie Collins that touches the wall first in 30.86. So we've got a series of heats for you this morning in both freestyle and breaststroke. We'll be moving from the 12s, 13s, 14s and then into the breaststroke for the same age groups. As I mentioned at the start of our coverage, we welcome everyone to this live stream. whether you be, at home, overseas, interstate, whether you're at a school watching, we welcome you all. Brought to you by the School Sport Unit, New South Wales Department of Education. And we're pleased to be able to do this. It wasn't that long ago where this wasn't possible. And family and friends from regional areas wouldn't have been able to see live their young chargers swimming in the state championships. It's not always easy. Families make an amazing effort, as do our teachers and volunteers, to come from regional areas to participate, to timekeep, to manage, to marshal, all of those responsibilities behind the scenes that have to happen to allow the events just to take place. So wherever you're watching, please appreciate the great work that happens behind the scenes from everyone involved. Now, that heat, we had Ellie Diego, 28.81 was the best time, so it was faster than the first heat. Ellie Diego. Ellie from Glenwood. Good day to all of the folks in Glenwood. So we now move to heat 3 of 4 for the girls, 14 years, 50 metre freestyle. And there's your field: Cadence McShane, Asher Pickering, Kira Smith, Lane 4, Ebony Nix, Jennifer McPartland, Lara Clack, Indigo Creighton, Isla Ho and Mia Bowes. Now, some of these names I can recall from competitions yesterday, so some of these young people have really full books over the 3 days of the championships. And Ebony Nix, Tamara, 27.86. The record is 27.03, so that's not out of reach for Ebony. Now to heat 4, girls 14 years. You would have seen one in lane 0, out to Lucy Moroney in lane 9. And we'll get the placings up on screen shortly. Leah Pickvance, 28.40. Not much between Leah and Olivia Clues in 28.88, but 28.40, which means the fastest heat was the third heat, Ebony Nix, and the next fastest heat was the last heat. So, that takes us out of the 14 years girls. Now to the 14 years boys. This is a 3-person heat. Sometimes the numbers don't always work out ideally. We've got Oscar Zappa, Henry Hubbard and Blake Price. Those 3 young men from Tenterfield, Farrer and Parkes made the trip down to participate in the state swimming championships and swimming nicely as well. 30.21 to Henry, 30.21. That's one of 4 heats in the boys' 14 years. 50 metre freestyle. To heat 2, there are the names. And schools. And they're in the water. It's quite an effort just to make it to this level. You've got to go through school, to zone, to region, and then get your way to the state championships. It's an honour to get to this level of participation, and it is such a strong competition when you get here, as you can see by the times. So there's Alexander Clarence, 26.67. To the next heat. Max McEnany out to lane 8, Austin Newen. It's a good line across the pool. Very tight finish. We'll just have a look at that in a moment. It was Alexander Walker, 26.26, and then Anton Jovanovic in 26.45. So 26.26. The final heat. I can see on my small screen that it's lane 4 that seems to be dominating here. That's Koi Donarski. Koi Donarski. 25.37. Now, if that's right, that is a new record. That would be a new 50-metre freestyle record for the boys 14 years. So, Koi Donarski, don't get too excited at home and at school just yet. They're unofficial times, but Koi Donarski, let's get that right. Koi Donarski from Gosford, I believe, has not only won that last heat in a time of 25.37, but the old record was 25.50. That was set in 2010 by Mitchell Kilduff. So Mitchell Kilduff's record of 25.50 may well have just been broken by Koi Donarski from Gosford. So we'll wait till that's official, but we believe that will be right given the quality of the electronic timing here at the Homebush Olympic Aquatic Centre. Now we've got through that first bank of freestyle events, 12s, 13s and 14s, and the officials will now be working on the finalists, who will make the finals, and we swing across to the breaststroke. Now these are the girls' 12 years preliminary heats for the breaststroke. These are 100-metre events. So, as you're all aware, start and finish at the same end, with a turn in between. There's quite some technical boxes that need to be ticked here with the breaststroke in relation to breaking of the water and the positioning of the head and the arms, the symmetry of the arms. We'll leave that to the officials because we're not the experts. We're here to just try and keep you informed of the events and what's happening on your screen so you know where you're up to. We hope to we will do our best, and we hope that that gives you the information that you need. But this is a terrific swim here by Ivy White. who came in as the fastest qualifier. Her best time, Ivy's best time, was 1:31.16, and she's just won 1:25.57, 1:25.57 from Ivy White. So we'll get those placings up on screen shortly. Just got to wait for all swimmers to complete the race. So Ivy White, 1:25.57, a very good swim, and we'll see how that pans out as the next two heats unfold. Okay, up now is the field for heat 2 of the girls 100 metre breaststroke. Evie Rulis in lane 0 and right across to Zoe Howard. That's maybe a little bit confusing for you, but lane 0 is on the bottom of your screen, and lane 9 right across to the top of your screen, to the far side of the pool. We're on this side. We can't actually see what's happening in the pool. If we stand up, we could see through the officials box here, where all of the recording and so on is being done. The timekeeping, just to paint the picture for you, is electronic. We've got next to us, in a box next to us, between us and the pool, we have a lot of the officials doing the computations of various events, whether they be multi-class events or whether they be the heats, and compiling the lists of finalists. Then down a bit further, we've actually got the announcers area, where a lot of the pool announcements are. Unfortunately, that means you can't hear a lot of the pool announcements, so we'll try to fill in some of the gaps for you. And here we go in the next heat, the girls 12 years 100 metre breaststroke, and quickly we've got Evie Rulis, Jordan Williamson, Eliza Bolson, Kaylee Blundell, Lucinda McCoy, Amanda Guan, Maya Penny, Lena Carrion, Mia Knight and Zoe Howard. And they come to the turn and make their way up the final lap. And not too far away, once we get through these breaststroke events, we'll have one of the highlights, which is some of the relays. Those relays there are different sorts of relays. Some are mixed relays, some are age relays, but some are multi-age relays, where you might have a boys event with someone from every age group. So they're exciting to watch. And in they come. This is going to be lane 5, Amanda Guan. It's 1:30.85. Not as fast as that first heat. But it'll be good enough to get into the final, I would expect. So they're all up on screen now, and it was Amanda Guan, 1:30.85. Now we'll move to the final heat, heat 3 in this event. whether it's our cross-country championships, our swimming, our athletics, whatever it might be, we have competitors and volunteers, teachers, officials from all over the state to come along and make these events run so smoothly. Occasionally the technical stuff, but if anything's ever going to go wrong, it'll always be the technical part of it, even if it's just a video screen. Now this is quite a lead with and a good time, 1:21.04, our fastest heat so far by Sophie. That's Sophie McAnini from Dubbo South. 1:21.04. Excuse me, that is the fastest of those 3 breaststroke heats for 12 years girls. So, now go over the page. Heat 1, boys, 12 years, 100 metre breaststroke. This is event 76 in the program, if you've got a program to follow. And there are the names in that previous heat, and their placings and times. It's not just about having the best time, it's about you having your best time. So it's unrealistic to expect that if you're in an event and there are other people that are faster swimmers, you know, you're always competing against yourself. It's just to get your best time. It's like anything else we do. It's the challenge is just doing your best. And every one of these people has performed with distinction to get to this point, to get to a state championship, just to be here and to be able to compete against the best competitors in New South Wales. Lanes 4 and 5 again. Up the front, the seedings, lanes 4 and 5 are the ones on previous performances ranked highest, and so they get those middle 2 lanes. But you do see, and we saw yesterday in some events, it was people in wider lanes. Excuse me, people in wider lanes who often were able to come through and win an event because competing at this level brought out the very best in them. But it's going to be lane 5 from lane 4 here, so it'll be Billy Hall from Jaden Sue. Let's just see that. It was tight finish. Jaden Sue, Billy Hall, Jaden Sue. And we'll just wait for the clear picture to come up on our screen. That's the last competitor. It's about to touch, and here they come. It was Billy Hall, 133.18, Jaden Sue, 133.88. So that takes down heat 1. To heat 2, Evan Sergi, Dylan Ford, Jake McCready, Jovial Wong, Naoto Nakamura, Alvin Zhuang, Jakob Fennick, Cohan Clavel and Eli Anderson, and I read those from the inside lane 0 across the pool to lane 8. Lane 5 around first, Alvin Zhuang. Just on his feet is Naoto Nakamura, who's closed that gap quite a bit. Going stroke for stroke pretty much now. Lane 5 still with the narrow advantage, just a bob of the head. But that's the way they'll finish. 5-4. Alvin Zhuang and Naoto Nakamura. Time 1:29.90. So let's see what the official placings are and the times. And here they come. Alvin Zhuang, 1:29.90, and then Naoto Nakamura. Heat 3, the last heat for the boys 12 years breaststroke, and there they are across the screen, and they're away. Like Riley Marcelino has cleared out to quite an advantage in this first 50 metres. Riley's from James Roos. James Roos in Sydney's west.
The head did not break the surface of the water before the hands turned inwards at the widest part of the second stroke after the start.
Great all-round school, James Roos, academically and in sport. And they've got, as they'd say in the bush, they've got a good one here. Riley Marcelino. A time of 1:18.58. $1:18.58 for Riley. Second place we had Zahn Weber, and in third Riley Malloy. That'll bring us to the 13 years girls 100 metre breaststroke. 3 full heats. We've got 0 to 9, certainly in the preliminary lists, 0 to 9 full in every race. And there are our competitors for Heat 1. Grace Derrick in lane 0, out to Chloe Braun in lane 9. The record in this race is 1:14:21. That was established by Jasmine Tran in 2016. So to break the record, you'd have to beat 1:14.21.
This is Sophie McInerney from Dubbo College, who's just won the heat of the 12, the third of the 12 which is 1 by 9 seconds. And that's pretty.
Thank you.
Sophie Braun, correct? Pretty close.
McInerney.
McInerney. NERNY, yep.
South. South Texas.
Now, just while these breaststroke events are taking place, I've got a very special guest. As a matter of fact, she's only just competed. She's got wet hair and a wet seat and everything. It's Sophie McInerney from Dubbo College. Welcome, Sophie. How are you?
Good.
Good. So you came down, I guess, on Tuesday?
Yeah.
Yep. And bus or mum and dad?
Mum.
Mum. Mum's made the trip from Dubbo. And how many, have you got a relay team in as well today?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I thought I'd looked through these earlier and I was checking some of the schools. Well, how was the trip and how's the accommodation and everything before we get to the real stuff?
It's pretty good.
It was pretty good?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, how was your swim today? Okay, tell us about it. Event? What event?
100 breaststroke.
100 breaststroke. And we've been talking earlier about how it's not just about winning, it's about doing your best time and so on. So how was your time today in the 100 breaststroke?
It was, I think I took like 1 second off.
1 second off.
Yeah.
So what was your time?
It was a 122, but it says 123
1:22.
minutes. Yeah.
Okay. And so that's about a second better than what you'd previously swum.
Yeah.
Okay. So what was your, prior to this championship, what was your last championship?
Junior state age.
Junior state age, and that was recently, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So about a week ago or 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
What was it like in that period where you peaked ready for the state A championships? And what did you do in that period in between? Did you maintain that level or did you taper a little bit?
I did about the same time, and then when I got to Sydney, I started PBing.
Okay. So the smell of the competition sort of drove you along. Now tell us about school and in Dubbo. Who's your coach?
Dennis Valentine.
Dennis Valentine. He must be doing a good job with you.
Yeah.
Yep. And we look out for you in this relay event, I expect. What leg are you swimming?
4.
Okay, you're swimming 4th. So what other events have you got today and tomorrow?
I got the 50 free finals this afternoon and the 100 breast finals. And
and 6-metre relay, and then tomorrow I have 100 fly and 100 free.
Okay, that's a big program.
Yeah.
Well, look, congratulations on what you've done just so far, Sophie.
Thank you.
And we'll keep an eye out. We'll be cheering for you, and I know they'll be cheering for you on live stream back in Dubbo. Do you think the school might have might have this on in the library?
I don't know.
You don't know. Okay. Well, let's hope they do. But thanks for talking to us. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And all the best in the rest of your events.
Thank you.
Fine swim today. Fine swim.
Instruction report in event 76, 82, line 8. The student vehicle from one bus collected after the start.
Well, there she was, Sophie McInerney, Dubbo College. Has already had an excellent swim today, and she's got lots of events coming up. It's quite the thing for these young people to come, and you never quite know where you sit in the pecking order. But Sophie McInerney there from Dubbo College has shown the way that it should be done. It's some excellent swims today. Now, we're just seeing the final heat of the 13 years breaststroke for girls. First place in that heat was Violet Walton, 121.07. 121.07. Violet Walton, Narrabri. Well, it's Narrabri or Narandra, but I've just got NARR. Let's have a look. No, well, there you go. Narrabeen. It could have been any one of three, and I picked the other two, but it's Narrabeen.
Narrabeen Springs.
Oh, they put me up to 4 swimmers in it, but 2 of them aren't going to put their names down because they just missed their events and just went on this one.
Now to the boys, 13 years, 100 metre breaststroke. This is heat 1. There are 3 competitors. Just there were too many to have 3 heats, so they've had to push out to a 4th. And this is heat 1. We've got Patrick Welsh, Kemp Riches and Max Barrett. And those lads are from Narrabri, Cowra and Williama. So that's lane 5, Max Barrett, Williama, touching first, followed by Kemp Riches from Cowra. I'm sorry, that's Max Barrett, Maxie Barrett, lane 5, 142.31. And we had Kemp Riches and Patrick Welsh. Now, on your screen, I'm hoping you can see the competitors for the next heat of the breaststroke boys 13 years. This is heat 2. And that's Lachlan Davies in lane 4, turning first. So we'll check these as they touch. But that'll be Lachlan Davies in lane 4. Time of 1:21.19. And everyone's on board, so we'll get those final places. Lachlan Davies, Nicholas Santo and Jihao Fang. So to heat 3. So that takes us through the 13 years breaststroke. And now to the 14s. Zoe Snape, lane 3, Alexis Whedon in 4 and Amber Virgo 5. And this is event 79 and there'll be 4 heats. Then we're going to event 80 and there'll be 3 heats of event 80. But after event 80, we're going to have a swim off, and that's going to be determine the final finalist for the boys 14 years 50 metre freestyle, because Kylie Lee and Riley Anthus, Kyle Lee, North Sydney boys, heat time was 27.24. and Riley Anthus from Vincentia heat time was also 27.24. So we need a swim off to determine the finalists in that event. I understand there may be a couple of other swimmers in that as well who might have missed a race, and so they'll get the opportunity to swim as well. So Alexis Whedon, the fastest there in 1:30.77. To heat 2 on screen. And if you're home watching and you've got an event coming up for someone that you know, let your friends know, give them a call, let them know that this live streaming is happening and how they can access it. The more support we have, the better. Ella Mounter around first from Isabel Yee. And over on this side, in lane 1, Cadence McShane having a very strong swim. And has got her hands right on that third spot, and maybe even second, but certainly third. So it'll be Ella Mounter first in. From lane 5, Isabel Yee, and then across to lane 1, Cadence McShane. So there it was a 121.89 for Ella, and then Isabel second, and then Cadence third, 126.38, which is well done to all of those young ladies. Now the next heat of the 14 years. Again, it's one of these inside lanes, challenging. It's lane 1, Bella Teal, challenging lane 4, Jolie Bruce and Ella Bowes. So out to the wide shot, into the turn. It was lanes 4 and 1. Jolie Bruce from Dubbo South and Bella Teal from Coffs Harbour. That's the way they'll finish as 1 and 2 in this heat. We'll just see how the time shapes up, and it's very good. 1:20.54, fastest so far. And there are the placings. The final heat, fastest time so far is 1:20.54. So at the turn, that'll be lane 4, Ellie Diego, followed by lane 3, Jennifer McPartland. Terrific swim, 119.64, Nelly. Ellie from Glenwood. And we've got Jennifer next and Tully Petok in third place. Now, boys, 14 years, heat 1. 100-metre breaststroke. Lane 4 doing it in style, Matthew Kim. Matthew from Marsden High School. And then very little between lanes 5, 6, and on this side, lane 3. So you can see lane 4, then 5 and 6. On the other side of Matthew. So it's Matthew Kim, that's a 1:13.94. And the placings on screen now. Matthew Kim, Jordan Gladley and Caleb Cashman. Heat 2. And a ding-dong battle here. Lane 6. Frederick Mravek. Just shading lanes 5 and 4. Frederick Mravek from South Sydney. Glory, Glory. And Alexander Walker, Newcastle. So, Alexander Walker gets the nod. We'll just check the times. It's a 1:14.52, and we'll get those placings up. There they are, Alexander Walker, Newcastle, Frederick Mravek, South Sydney, and Jinyu Shin from Borkham Hills. Heat 3. Now this will be the final heat for event 80. And following the swim off, I believe we will then have some finals of freestyle, or we might have some relays, but depending on which sheet of paper I look at. So back they come, and Marcus Wu, Marcus Wu, Carlingford, swimming beautifully. .14.2. So we'll get that final time and the placings. But it'll be Marcus Wu, Carlingford, from Joshua Chen and Dylan Irwin. And that was a good quick heat, 1:14.2. Now, we don't have this very often, but the next event is going to be a swim off for the boys 14 years 50 metre freestyle. Both competitors in the frame for this last place in the final are Kyle Lee from North Sydney and Riley Anthers from Vincentia. Those two young men are in lanes 4 and 5, but we have other competitors, or one other competitor, 2 on this little screen on the far side, 2 competitors who I believe missed an event and so therefore are getting a swim here. But lane 4 and 5, both swam 27.24, so this begs the question, what happens if they do it again? Like playing golf, you just keep playing an extra hole. Just keep swimming. We have a winner in time, it'll be Riley Anthers in 26.90. 26.90. They both swam faster than their heat times of 27.24. So let's hope that didn't suck too much energy out of them for the final. But it'll be Riley Anthers from Vincentia who'll be going through to that final. So now on with the program.
Introducing the finals in the mixed coaching 7, the mixed girls 19 years, 6.1 metres relay. Lane 0, Emerson College, Western. Lane 1,
And
High School, Sydney South West. Lane 2,
we could be having some
Lane 3, Laguna High School, South Coast. Lane 4, Cronulla High School, Sydney.
freestyle finals.
Northern Beaches Senior College, Sydney North. Lane 6,
From 12 years
Lane 7,
through to the 14 years boys and girls. Or we could be having some relays. And just looking at that screen, the relays have won out. So we're going to be having, this event is the mixed 12 to 19 years, 6 times 100 metre freestyle relay. Now that converts to 12 competitors. We have 6 competitors, boys, and 6 girls, and they all stretch from the 12 years through to the Opens. That's probably the best way I can explain it, and of course the order they swim in will very much determine who's in front at what stage. We'd expect that the senior swimmers are going to swim more quickly than the younger ones. So the record here is held by Cronulla. Now, I'll give you the lanes here. If I can. We've got 0 Denison College, 1 Picton, 2 Merriweather, 3 Woonona, 4 Cronulla, 5 Northern Beaches, 6 Glenwood, 7 Coffs Harbour, 8 Narrabri and 9 Murrumbidgee. Okay, so these are school relays. I don't have the names of the swimmers, but we have the schools. So, there's quite a gap here between lane 5, that is in the water, because we don't know what order they've put their swimmers in. Lane 5. Cronulla, and the rest, but you've got lane 4 and lane 2 giving some juke. Lane 4 Cronulla, lane 5 Northern Beaches, and lane 2 Merriweather. So all the girls are swimming, 12 years through to Opens, and then we're going to have the boys, and here they are, some of the younger, no, we've still got some girls. Obviously swimming in different orders. Got some boys in the water, some girls in the water. Record here of 5:31.1. 5:31.1, held by Cronulla. This is a tight one between lanes 4 and 5. At this point, 4 in the water, 5 in the water. You can see that there are swimmers stretched from that leading group heading in that direction towards my right, some going back up towards my left. Here I've got some young men in the water and a young lady about to go in, but it's lane 4 still. 4 from 5, then back over to 3 and 2. So it's 4, 5, 3, 2, lane 4. Lane 4, Cronulla, they're the record holders. That time is 5:32.54. So that record was set in 2019, so I would expect that some of the younger ones that swam in 2019 are back here this year, swimming in an older position. But it's Cronulla. In 5:32.54. So that record holding team of Cronulla hasn't quite beaten the record, but they weren't that far away. And then we had lane 2, Merriweather, lane 3, Woonona, okay, now the next event will be the 12 years girls 50 metre freestyle. These are in schools. 50 metre freestyle, 4 swimmers. No. Years. Just wait for that screen to go down and get another one up. We've got NBSC second there, Cronulla NBSC in second for that previous event. And then WN third. Okay, Merriweather fourth. So we're going to the 4 times 50 metre relays, 12 years. And these will be heats. There are 2 heats from lane 0 to lane 8. Cecil Hills, Merriweather, Bulli, Riverside, Cheltenham, St George Girls, Crestwood, Balcombe Hills, Bellingen. So 4 times 50 metres relay, girls 12 years. It's a 200 metre, so 50 each. on their blocks.
Good morning.
The seeding times come from what's happened at regional level. The fastest qualifier is in lane 4, which is Cheltenham, a 2:15.13. That's in this heat. 2:15.13. We'll talk about the next heat when that comes, but there is a faster time. So it'll be lane 4 Cheltenham, from lane 3 Riverside, I reckon they'd have met in various competitions many times. And that's still the order. Cheltenham with a handy advantage. And it would be hard to see them getting run down from there. There's been a good move in lane 5. And final swimmer in the water. Lane 5 made up a lot of ground then, pushed into second. That's St George girls. Cheltenham, St George, Riverside. And lane 6, Crestwood. So lane 4 in first, then it's going to be lane 5, and then it looks like Crestwood have pushed up into third, so please be patient and we'll get that up on screen. .26. So we've got heat 2 on screen. Lane 0, Oran Park, and then out to Warilla, Wollongong, McKellar, Endeavour, Dubbo, Balmain, Glenmore Park and Swansea. So that first heat time 2:20.26. Cheltenham. Heat 2 of the girls 12 years 200 metre and 4x50 metre relay. So it's Endeavour High with a good lead. Endeavour Sports High. Followed by lane 3 in McKellar. And lane 5, Dubbo. Someone doing some good things there at Dubbo. We've had some strong Dubbo competitors over the last day and a half. But it'll be Bridget Bass to bring home Endeavour in a very quick time. That's a 2:11.78. We've got lane 5 in. Dubbo College and McKellar. So, they're the placings in those two heats. We're now going to swing to the 12 years boys freestyle relay. So, we're going into the boys 200 metres, 4 times 50, 12 years relay, freestyle. So this will be heat 1 of the 2 heats. No one in lane 0, but we've got lanes 1 to 7. Yass in 1, Nowra 2, Endeavour 3, Chatswood 4, Epping Boys 5, James Roos 6 and Hurlston Ag 7. Fastest qualifying time in this heat was Chatswood, 2:18.71. So the Chatswood first swimmer in lane 4 is Oliver Yin. Heat 1, boys 12 years, 4 times 50 freestyle relay. And at the conclusion of this event, I'm going to hand over to my esteemed colleague, Neil Sherring, and he will be calling, he'll start with the girls 13 years, 4 times 50 relays, and there are 3 of those. But let's get through this one first, where we've got lane 4 Chatswood, being followed closely by lane 6 James Roos. So 4 in the water, 6 in the water. And a good change for lane 3. They picked up some ground, Endeavour. And they're continuing to pull back water in this third leg. It's a fair bit of start to give up, but it's been a good swim by Ashton Prowse. So bringing them home, Ryan Clancy. We saw Ryan in some events yesterday swimming nicely, and he's continued that today. So Ryan Clancy from Chatswood in first place, the Chatswood team. 2:17.34.
And the students will receive the bronze medal. Please put your hands together and congratulate the swimmers from Wanduna High School in third place.
Well, I've got one more heat in this 12 years boys freestyle relay. We'll get these places up. There they are. Chatswood, Endeavour, and James Roos.
And in first place, the students will receive the gold medal and take the Ironline swimming trophy back to the school. They can defend it and go there are 3 championships now. Please join us and congratulate the students from Cronulla High School. Congratulations to all of those students and their schools.
Now for heat 2, we've got this, the boys 12 years, 4x50 freestyle. We've got in lanes 1 to 8 in this order: the Ponds, Blacktown boys, Kirrawee, Balgowlah boys, Cronulla, Wollongong, Oran Park, Camden Haven. Whoa! Now we've got someone in the water. That looks like lane 3, Kirrawee. So, what happens now? Were they on their blocks, ready, or were they not set? We might be swimming without a lane 3, I don't know. The rules are very stringent. in relation to false starts. So we've gone without lane 3. So we've got in lane 4 Balgala. And in lane 5 Cronulla. Got lane 4, we've got Asher Fitzgerald swimming, lane 5 Harper Evans. Then it's back to lanes 1 and 2. So that third swimmer is now in for Balgala. Barring a mishap, that's the way they're going to finish. Balgala, Cronulla. So Balgala and Cronulla will be the place getters, first and second. Now the record is 2:06. I doubt that's going to be challenged. Held by Woolgoolga up on the north coast. That's a 2:13.50. Okay. So and the placings will come up shortly on the screen.
Who's the sports school captain, or captain of sports. The 2-1 goal, and the 2-1 minutes. Then we've got Ty who is a water pilot, who's just in the call, and surf, gold medal at the surf championship last week.
And you know it's one that for us on. Come in. Now, I've got some special guests with me. If you can recall the relay, the 12-person relay that I found very hard to keep up with because boys and girls and people in the pool and people going the other way, but all sorts of things. But the winning team was Cronulla. They are the record holders. And with me I've got Kai, Amelia and Ty, who were all members of that team. Come in, Ty. I could make this 30 seconds with Bill, you know, favourite movie, favourite singer, favourite place to holiday, all of that, but I'm not. I'm going to stay with the swimming. Okay. So, Kai, you're the school captain.
Yep.
Boys scout captain or school captain?
Boys school captain.
Boys school captain. And I've also got Amelia here, who is the girls sports captain.
Yes.
Girls sports captain. And I've got Ty here, who's the captain of the team.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, all good. So, coming into that relay, firstly, you've got 12 people to pick. How difficult is it to pick this one or that one or this one and that one? I mean, I know you're going on times and so on, but there are a whole lot of other things that come into it. Firstly, you've got to have 6 boys and 6 girls, and they've all got to be different ages. So is there any trouble in that respect, or did they pick themselves?
There's not too much. Most of the time, it works itself out. If there's any conjecture usually going with the more experienced swimmers or the ones who will work better for the team, just to try and get that the best race possible for everyone.
Okay. What about the order that they swim in?
We do all girls and all boys at each end. So we start from fastest, go to the slowest, and then fastest again. So that middle part for each gender. So fastest girl into the slower girls, and then back into the fastest again, and same thing for the boys.
Well, given you held the record for this anyhow, you probably came here with pretty high expectations, Amelia.
It was just another meet. I was excited because I'm in Year 12 and it's my last CHS swim meet, so I just figured I'd dive in and give it everything and just have a go and see where we got. And
just keep splashing.
Yeah. I'm very happy with the result.
Now, Ty, you're a very, very good swimmer, but also a water polo player as well. So you're not just a swimmer. Are you a water polo player who swims, or a swimmer who plays water polo, or both?
A swimmer that does water polo. A swimmer that does water polo.
You're a swimmer that does water polo. Now, did all of you compete in the last couple of weeks in the state championships as well?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so you've come off a big meet, and then you've had to come down a little bit, I expect, and then build up again, ready for this.
Yep.
You're all in Year 12?
I'm Year 11.
You're in Year 11. Ty is in Year 11, but Amelia and Kai are in Year 12.
Yeah.
So you participate in a lot of swimming meets. You now say farewell to championships like PWSA that you would have gone through in primary school. You say farewell to combined high schools. What legacy has that left you with? Coming out of these championships after 12 years of competing at school championships, what do you take away from all of this?
Got to take away the experience and the excitement that you get for swimming, not just for yourself but for a team, and doing the best you can for your school, representing them at the highest level that you could. It's always felt pretty good, and it's sad to see it all go, because swimming for school is the most exciting thing of swimming, I think. It always made me the happiest to see everyone come together as a team and cheer each other on to do their best.
Amelia, I guess the difference being that you spend time with these people 6 hours a day since Year 7, and you get to know one another pretty well. You probably all socialise together, particularly the swimming group. They go hard, the swimmers, don't they? Are any of you in surf club?
Yeah.
Oh, you're real hard then. So you build a team from Year 7, and that team goes right through to where it is now. You must have had an enormous amount of enjoyment, fun along the way. You know, like I guess even when you get here, you're looking forward to being in your little group and you all know one another and what one another's capable of. Do you also socialise outside of school? A little bit?
A little bit. Different people from, as in my outside of school squad is different group to the people that I swim with for school, but it's really good, as in I go to, say, Sydney East Region or come out to CHS and I see people I haven't seen in a year, and we all just catch up and I'm like, oh, so how you been? And it's just really good because as much as it's an event for individuality as well as team environment, you get to meet up with everyone and friends that you don't see. So say we live up in Cronulla, there's people who live out in Wagga Wagga or Bulli, and we all come together, and it's just a really good experience because you get to enjoy seeing those people as well as doing a sport that you love.
And you've seen them every year.
Yes.
Turn up here for these championships and you get to know them and so on.
Yeah.
What squad are you with?
I swim down for West Illawarra Aquatic.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
NSWCHSSA Sea Devils.
Craig Stevens?
Yeah, Craig Stevens.
Okay. And Ty?
I used to swim at St. Susie. I don't really swim anymore. Just natural talent, I guess.
You're a natural?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I wish I was as natural as you. And tell us about the water polo.
Yeah, basically, I'm pretty lucky. I have a good partner in it, but we have a really good team at Cronulla High School. Basically, I'd say about 6 of the boys play state or they go to national, so it really wasn't much of a challenge, I guess. We're just in that golden age of water polo, and it was just easy going all the way.
You know, I am a follower of all sports. I love all sports, and it was amazing in the year 2000 when, for the first time ever, the women were able to compete in the water polo, and of course we won the gold medal. And I think the profile of water polo continues to rise and rise and rise and rise. You know, it's now a very popular sport. Cronulla Sharks, of course, down in that area, Balmain, you know, really, really strong clubs. So, how the 2 year 12s and the year 11, how do you mix these commitments that you have? It's a bit of a juggling act, no doubt. You've got year 12 HSC coming up, you're swimming here today, and you've got other meets, you've got training and so on. How do you juggle your studies and your swimming and your sport? How do you do this?
Really, it's just about keeping a precise timetable, making sure everything's penciled in, so you know when to start, when to stop. You don't want to let anything get too unorganised, otherwise you lose sight of the bigger picture. Always got to stay on top of it to make sure you get things done on time and to make sure you're always in the right mindset for what you're doing.
Are you going to study law when you leave school?
I'm not, no.
Are you in the school debating team?
I'm not.
Do we have one?
I think so, we do.
Yeah.
How do you manage it, Amelia?
Well, for me, as much as my mum drills it into me every single day, it's all about balance. Like, you can't do one thing. If you tip the scales completely, it's just going to fall to pieces. So if you get up at 4 a.m. to go swim training and you go to school and you come home, you've got to, as Kai said, pencil it in, really just know what you need to do and just pack down and get your stuff done. Otherwise it's just going to build up and you'll become stressed, and that will lead to other things, and you'll just lose sight of, as you said, the bigger picture. If you get stressed about school, then lose sight of, say, swimming, or you get stressed about swimming, lose sight of school. But it really just comes down to, you've got to have a balance with everything, whether that's swimming or your sport or school, social life, family, friends.
Do you have much social life?
Surprisingly enough, I actually do. As if I get my schoolwork done, and because I train mostly in the mornings for out of school squad, I have, say, work on a Saturday, and then I've got my day to do revision for school on a Sunday.
So you work of a Saturday as well?
Yes, not every Saturday, but most Saturdays.
Now here's a great example of our young people and what they can fit in. Work of a Saturday, and 4 o'clock seems to be the swimming. Every alarm clock for every swimmer, I reckon, goes off at 4 o'clock in the morning, because that's what they all seem to say. And the water polo players, 4 o'clock, off she goes, and they then go and they train. They come home, they have some breakfast, and they're off to school. And then they do their schoolwork, and then they come home from school. Now, is this time before you go back to squad, is this the time you tuck in and do your homework and study and so on?
Yeah.
Okay. And you must have understanding coaches, because as exams are getting close and you want to do some additional work, I guess you've got to say, look, I've got an examination coming up or an assignment, I've got to do it, and so on and so on. And I'm sure that your coaches understand that, well, this is just the way it is. So what's next for you, Kai, with the water polo?
I think doesn't go past CHS, but probably come back next year and win it. That's probably it regarding water polo. Like, I got athletics and cross country coming up, and probably do well in that, and then repeat it again next year, I guess.
Is there anything you can't do?
read and write probably.
Now, I'm just going to say this to finish. These are three amazing young people. Parents, Cronulla High School, you must be very, very proud of these two young men and young lady. Anyone that ever tells you that the future of Australia isn't in good hands has got wrong, because the future of Australia, I can tell you, looking at these three, is in excellent hands. Well done to all of you. And thanks for spending time with us.
Thank you for
And we
having
didn't get
us.
round to the movies and the favourite movies and things, but maybe next time. Thanks for being with us. Enjoy the rest of the meet.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you very much.
Well, weren't they three amazing young people? Well, back to the swimming. Now, on screen, it's telling me that this is the 4x50 metre freestyle, 13 years, heat 1 of the boys. And there are the places. I'm pretty confident that that'll be Narrabeen in 2:01.80. Now, we're going to, that was heat 1 of the boys 13 years, 4x50 metre freestyle relay. Now we're into heat 2. We're into heat 2, and I'll go across the lanes from lane 0, where we have Farah, Cowra, Westports, Warners Bay, Balgowlah Boys, Caringbah, Maclean, Castle Hill and Smiths Hill. And then there'll be another heat after this, and then my colleague Neil Shering will take over for the 14 years girls. So, but let's get through these couple. That first heat time was 2:01.8, the record's 1:54. So third swimmer's in, 4 lanes, 4, 3 and 2. So coming down the pool in that line, we've got lane 4 and we've got Daniel Patega in the pool for Balgowlah. Handing over to lane 3 to the third swimmer, and it's lane 4 with a strong advantage, and they'll win this from 3, so that'll be Balgowlah from Warners Bay, and then come across to lane 1. So 4's in. I think Lachlan Davies brought them home. We'll just get those official placings and time up. It's 2.0046. Lachlan Davies brought home Balgowlah boys. Then Gavin Nicholas Warner's Bay. Okay, now we go to the last of these heats. We've got Picnic Point, Leeton, Ulladulla, Newcastle, Carling, Cronulla, Whitebridge, Murrum, Bidgie and Woolgoolga from lane 0 to lane 9. Got lane 5 from Cronulla. You know, Cronulla's certainly in a water sports area out near the surf, and they're performing brilliantly in this meet so far. Cronulla High School. Down near Green Hills and the Sand Hills of Cronulla. Kurnell National Park. Okay, so lane 5, Cronulla, and lane 4, Carlingford, battling it out. They'll hit together, and both swimmers in the water at the same time in this final 13 years 4x50 freestyle heat. And it's lane 4, Carlingford, just holding an advantage over Cronulla. And in lane 3, it'll be Newcastle. So 4-5-3. That's the best time of any of the heats. That's a 1:58.72. So I'll now hand you over to Neil, and he's going to take you through firstly the girls 14 years 4x50 metre freestyle relays. Thanks, Neil.
Thank you, Bill. And good morning to everyone at the second day of the New South Wales Combined High School Swimming Championships for 2021. And we're now up to the 4x50 relays. And we have heat 1 of the 14-year-old female relay. And we have East Hills girls, Coffs Harbour, lane 2 Blacktown, lane 3 Kirrawee, lane 4 Woolaware, lane 5 Cheltenham Girls High School, lane 6 Henry Lawson, lane 7 Lambton, lane 8 Oxley High School and lane 9 Cecil. And they've just entered the water. The first leg swimmers are coming into touch at the northern end of the pool, and it is lane 5. And that was young Rosa, Chloe Rosa. From Cheltenham in the Sydney North region. She's taking the Cheltenham team out now as Jade Christensen. And again, the swimmers in lanes 3, 4 and 5 are neck and neck.
And there has been a change with lane 4 touching first with Lucy Worth from Woolaware High School. The record in this event is 1:57.01 and was set by Coffs Harbour in 2018. We've got a very strong swim in the water at the moment from lane 4, I think it is. Lane 4. So Woolaware High School is still leading. And the final leg, the Woolaware swimmer is pulling away. That's Mia Bowes. And lane 4 with Mia Bowes is touched in first place, the time of 2 minutes and 4 seconds, followed by Henry Lawson High School and Lambton High School. Shortly those final times will come up on your screen. In our second heat, the girls 14 4x50 freestyle relay. In lane 0 we've got Forbes, lane 1 Yass, lane 2 Warners Bay, lane 3 Glenwood, lane 4 Narrabeen, lane 5 Castle Hill, lane 6 McLean, lane 7 Hunter Sports High School, lane 8 Inverell High School and lane 9 Picnic Point High School. We're waiting for the swimmers to be called to the starters block. So there is a presentation occurring at the moment. Swimmers are on the blocks and away. Leading off for Forbes, we have Stephanie von Thielen. For Yass High School, we have Kaylee Dubin. For Warners Bay, we have Imogen Jones. For Glenwood, we have Amy Pett. For Narrabeen Sports High School, Olivia Clues. And the second swimmers are now in the water. Lane 4, touch first. And it's a strong swim from our swimmer in lane 4 from Narrabeen Sports High School. It's Ian Kennedy. And Narrabeen Sports High School went round in 1.0104. Have a close race for second at present, but the Narrabeen Sports High School is pulling away with Talia Blythe in the pool. Still a very close race for second place. And Violet Walton from Narrabeen Sports High School is showing the rest of the field a clean pair of heels. And she will come in and touch in a time of 2:01.82. 2:01.82, which is faster than the previous heat. In second place we have Castle Hill, and in third Maclean High School. And the final heat of the girls' 14 200 metres freestyle relay, we'll have representatives from Obviously High School, Glen Innes High School, Murrumbidgee High School, Port Hacking High School, McKellar Girls High School, Woonona High School, Maxville High School, Ulladulla High School, Temora High School and Canowindra High School. Anika Fowler, who's featured in many races yesterday, is leading off the McKellar Girls High School 4x50 relay in the 14 years. And her split was 28:31. Second place we have Maxville High School. In lane 6 they are. And Grace Kelly from McKellar Girls High is touched in the split of 1 minute 31. We still have Maxville in second and Waters Bay in third. Ready for the final changeover. And McKellar Girls are still leading from Waters Bay and Maxville. Abby Hamilton is swimming the final leg for Waters Bay, for McKellar Girls, and she is going to touch in 2:02.1. 2:02.1. In second place we have Maxville. And in third place, Waters Bay. I'm sorry, from Woonona. From Woonona. Our next event is event 68, which is the boys 14 years, 200 metre freestyle relay. And in lane 0 we have Canowindra, lane 1 Picnic Point, lane 2 Gilleen, lane 3 Port Hacking, lane 4 Newtown, lane 5 James Roos, lane 6 Warners Bay, lane 7 East Hills Boys, and lane 8 Dubbo. And in lane 9 Epping. A very close race, the first leg of the boys 14. And at the moment we have Gilleen in front, leading from Port Hacking. But I think that may have changed as the second leg swimmers approach the 50 metre mark, or 100 metre mark. And there's Warners Bay that has moved up into first place, followed by Port Hacking and Girraween in third. The record for this event is 148.42 and was established in 2018 by the Ponds High School. Now Port Hacking has taken out of the first into the final leg, first position into the final leg, followed by Warners Bay and James Roos. And a very strong swimmer from the swimmer in lane 5 from James Roos. And James Roos has come in first place in a time of 1:57.8, followed by Warners Bay and Port Hacking. So that winning time of 1:57.8. And Heat 2 will feature schools from Coringal and the Riverina, Maclean on the north coast, Warilla Downs on the south coast, Albury from the Riverina, Brisbane Waters in Sydney North, the Ponds Sydney West and the current record holders, Bulli south coast, Meriwether High, Narrabri north west. And they're in the water. And it looks like lanes 4 and 5 are taking a slight lead into the first turn. And it is Brisbane Waters Secondary College that have gone in first place, followed by Bulli in second. The third leg swimmers are in the water, and again it's Brisbane Waters followed by the Ponds High School this time, and Albury High School has moved into third. It's a very strong swim from our swimmer Ezekiel Watt from Brisbane Waters Secondary College, and in second place is Joshua Gold from Albury Boys High School. And Brisbane Waters still in the lead with a time of 1:27.34. There's a good fight coming here from Albury Boys High School. It's going to be very, very close. And Brisbane Waters have held on in 1:54.97. Albury Boys High School did extremely well in finishing in second place with the Ponds in third place. The time was 1:54.97. Our third heat will involve schools from Farrer and Northwest, Picton High School and Whitebridge, Kirrawee High School, Gosford High School, Fort Street High, Vincentia from the south coast, Coffs Harbour, Tormina and Koonabarabran. This is the final heat in event 68, the boys 14 years 200 metre freestyle relay. Oh, sorry, I should say the final heat. And we're just waiting on the swimmers to take the blocks. And the swimmers are in the water. And it looks like lane 5, which is 4th Street. And Jonathan Cheng from 4th Street High has led the way out. Sorry, I had miscounted the lanes. In fact, it was Gosford High School with Bruce Z doing a very good job on the second leg and was taking quite a commanding lead through school. The third swimmer's in the water, and they have gone through the first 2 splits in 53.01. They're followed by 4th Street High and Whitebridge. And Ryan Scholberg from Gosford is also swimming a very powerful leg. And they've gone through in that in 1:20.21. 4th Street is in second. Kirrawee has moved up to third, with Whitebridge dropping back to fourth in this final leg. And it's been a very dominant swim by the students from Gosford, with Zen Nakajo just touching in a time of 1:48.12. 1:48.12. Now that will need to be confirmed, but that is quite possibly a new record. So that's a very, very powerful swim from the Gosford High School boys, and congratulations on a terrific swim. In second place was 4th Street, in third place Whitebridge, and in fact I believe I've just had it confirmed that it is an actual record, so well done to those students from Gosford High School. Our next event is the girls 200 open medley relay. And representing their school, the schools will be Armidale, Hill Sports, Picton, Sydney Girls, Woonona, Davidson, Maxwell, Elizabeth MacArthur and Winmalee in the first heat of this medley relay. The first leg, of course, being backstroke. Lane 5, which I think is Davidson from Sydney North, Davidson High School, is leading out the way, and that was Elise Wallace. I'm sorry, it was Chelsea Jones from Woonona. I was one lane out once again. And we're into the breaststroke. We have a very strong swim from the far lane in the breaststroke, who's taken away a bit of the lead. The third swimmer is in from Woonona on the south coast. And that's going to be Jade Timbrell leading them down the course in the butterfly. And they have stretched their lead now. It's a very powerful butterfly leg by Jade Timbrell. And the final swimmer is now in there for Woonona. Lane 6 with Maxwell is in second, and the Peon in lane 9 is in third, coming in third. And the Woonona girls are just coming into touch, and their time of 2:10.60. In second place we had Maxwell, and in third Sydney Girls High School. Our second heat in event 61, we'll see teams from Glen Innes High School, Mullumbimby, Fig Tree, Glenwood, Narrabeen, Gosford, Dubbo, Tomaree, Murrumbidgee and Orange. As Bill has mentioned earlier, the starter is keeping the meet moving. A very good swim from lanes 2 and 4, with Olivia Clues touching first for Narrabeen, or in the pool now for Narrabeen. And as they move into the breaststroke. And it's Violet Walton in the breaststroke leg. She's about to come in touch. Followed in by Dubbo College and third Tomaree. Swimming the butterfly leg for Narrabeen is Gabriel Bradley. For Tomaree is Ebony Nix. For Dubbo College is Merrin Chapman. Tomaree has moved into second place behind Narrabeen, with Dubbo College maintaining third. But it is still a very close race for those minor positions. Narrabeen North should take away this win. And it is Narrabeen coming in first in 2:08.38, followed by Dubbo College in 2:12.80 and Tomaree in third place. The relays are all school-based teams, so to progress through to the CHS Championship, they would have to come through their local zone swimming championship, then moved on to their area or regional championships, and then come through to the CHS. So these students have swum their way from all around the state to make it to this level. And once again, we've had an over-the-top start by the starter in the final heat of event 61. And the backstroke leg looks like lane 2, Hannah Agnew from Wollongong has swum a very strong leg. In fact, hasn't touched in, sorry, it was Olivia Sullivan, lane 1 from Kingsford, who's touched in first, Kingscliff, sorry. And now we're into the freestyle, breaststroke leg. A very strong performance from one of the swimmers in the middle lane. I think it is lane 5. Which will be Kelsey Van Eldick from Merriweather. But I'll confirm that. Yes, it was lane 5 from Merriweather High School. They've started the butterfly leg. Second place was Newcastle and third place Cronulla. If you were with us earlier, we've had 3 very impressive young swimmers and athletes, students from Cronulla High School, interviewed by Bill Anderson. And they had a very firm grip on what would like to do. And in first place still is Merriweather. It was a strong swing from Ava Jankovic, who featured yesterday. Merriweather has been led home by Sophie McMahon. But it's a very tight race for second place here. There will only be a touch in it. And Merriweather has finished in first place. And I think we have a dead heat for second. In fact, Cronulla has come into second place, only just touching out the third place team of Newcastle. Our next event is event 62. Which is the boys' open 200 metres medley relay. And we have schools from Narromine High School, Camden High School, Coffs Harbour High School, James Roos High School, Camiargle, at Tumut, Taree, Warners Bay and Denison College. There was a very strong win from Bevan Smith from Taree High School in the backstroke to bring his team in at 28.6. And there's some very good swimming in this breaststroke leg where we've got 3 across the pool going stroke for stroke. It's going to be all in the touch. And it's lane 4, Yuta Mora from Camiargle, who touched first, only just in front of Cade Knight from we have 2 swimmers who are going stroke for stroke now in the butterfly, both from Camiargle and I believe Tumut. Yes, and it's Tumut who's touched first. That was Daniel Castle. just from Carriargle, and Waters Bay in third place. So the final leg of this relay is the freestyle, and we've had a very, very dominant swim here from the fourth and last swimmer. Excuse me, from Carriargle. From Chima, Edward Dodds in 1:56.42. 1:56.42. That's a very strong swim. The record is held by Epping Boys High School and was set in 2018 at a time of 1:52.93. Our next heat, swimmers will be representing the schools from Narrabri High, Alstonville, Maxville, Blackwattle Bay, Kalara, The Ponds, St Mary's Senior College, Smith Hill and West Wyalong. And they are off. It's lane 4, Kalara High School. Daniel Thorne got them off to a very good start. Lane 2 was the Ponds, and lane in third place was Maxville. Ned Waddington is swimming the breaststroke leg for Kalara. Dylan Irwin, the Ponds. Asher Searle from Maxville. And they've gone around in the split of 1.033. Chris Son is swimming the butterfly leg for Kalara. Owen Hainsworth for the Ponds and Darcy Welsh for Maxville. Katie Thompson for Alstonville. Owen Hainsworth for the Ponds. Harrison Bolton for St Mary's Seniors. And Ashton Rutter for Smith Hill. Blair Watson is bringing back the final leg of this heat for the Kalara High School. It looks like a very close race for second. And Kalara has gone through in 1:59.61 from the Ponds High School and Maxville High School. 1:59.61. Our final heat in event 62 will feature schools from Glen Innes, Warilla, Merriweather, Kirrawee, Gosford, Cronulla, Kiama, Macquarie Fields, Murrumbidgee and Tenterfield. Our swimmers in the pool at the moment are Ashton McConnell from Glen Innes, Kynan Burt from Marilla, Charles Walker from Merriweather, Rory Jagmalek from Kirrawee, Cooper Hunter from Gosford, Oliver Milnes from Cronulla, Otis Bottomley from Jack Bailey from Macquarie Fields, Lewis Pierotti from Murrumbidgee, and Darcy Rolfe from Tenterfield. And we're going through to the swimmers in the breaststroke leg, and it looks like lane 4 will touch first. Yes, and that was young Joshua Sales from Gosford High School, followed by Merriweather and then Macquarie Fields. A couple of very strong swims here from the lanes 4 and 2, and it's still Gosford High School in first place. They turned in 1:30. Second place is Merriweather, and third place is Macquarie Fields. Swimming the last leg for Gosford is Alex Scholberg. For Kirrawee, Harrison Slater, and for Macquarie Fields is Michelle Carell. And it is Gosford who was finished in first place in a time of 1:57.47. And in second place we have Merriweather, and third place Macquarie Fields from Sydney South West. Now I think we're moving our next event to is event 96, which is a mixed open 200 metre freestyle relay for the central schools of New South Wales. These are schools, the central schools are schools that have basically K to 12. And in the first heat we have Merriweather, which is in the Hunter region. Then we have Bingra from the northwest, and Wombong from the north coast. And these will be a time final event. The record here is 1:56.50. It was held set in 2019 by Warren Central School from the Western region.
What's the next event?
Well, we've got event 96. That's been a session 3. But good 45 minutes at a time. I don't know how they could, unless they're going to rerun some events.
What event's out there now?
Well, as soon as we get in the water, is event 96. With a short delay, I think there may be a victory presentation being made. We don't start over the top of that.
12 events at there now. 12 events at there now. So what's next for this?
Well, we've got event 96. I think there may be a presentation being, a victory presentation being made. We don't start over the top of that. 12 events at there now. 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 You want to go over there, see what's happening and ask the announcers? I might be able to. Might be lunch. There has been a change to the program, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like we are now moving through to the 100 metres 12 years girls breaststroke. In lane 0 we'll have Josephina Cho from Cheltenham Girls High School, Matilda Medlin from Dubbo Secondary College, Amanda Guan from Sydney Girls, Michaela Smith from Delroy, Sophie McCanney from Dubbo Senior College, Ivy White from Picton, Miriam Gould from Holsworthy, Lucinda McCoy from Lucas Heights, Kaylee Blundell from Irrawang, and Maya Penny from Cronulla. That's going to be event 75. The record for this is 1:17.62. And they're racing. There's been a good lead established by the swimmer in lane 4, which is Sophie McInerney. She's gone around in 37.91, and she's from Dubbo Senior College. She's followed by Ivy White from Picton and Amanda Guan from Sydney Girls. And Sophie is maintaining her lead at present. She reaches the halfway mark of the final lap. And she's come in and touched in 1:20.37 ahead of Ivy White from Picton and Michaela Smith from Delroy. Her time was 1:20:37. Our next event will be event 76, which is the 12 years men's 100 metre breaststroke. And we'll have Jovial Wang from Blakehurst, James Sewell from Kashula, lane 2 Billy Hall from Warners Bay, lane 3 Naoto Nakamura from, I'm sorry, I can't recognise the abbreviation, Riley Marcello from James Roos, Alvin Jung from Ryden Senior College, Secondary College, Zahn Weber from Westfield, Jacob Fennick from East Hills Boys, Riley Malloy from Delroy and Lachlan Lee from Lucas.
You updated this coming yet?
Nope.
Yes or no?
This on here.
No.
No. You have to get off the screen. You have to get off the screen, mate.
It's a straight final, isn't it? Who's final?
Yeah, you should be in the breaststroke finals.
Yeah.
12 years.
And it's Riley Marcelino from James Roos Agricultural College in lane 4, I think. Yes, it was lane 4 in a time of 1:20 even. And in second place we have Zahn Weber, not from Westfield but from West Wallsend, and Alvin Zhuang from Ryde Senior College in third place. So congratulations to Riley Marcelino from James Roos. Event 77 is the girls 100 metres breaststroke, and we have Kelly McLeod in lane 0, Raquel Wu in lane 1, Mia Georges in lane 2, Manaz Kaliki in lane 3, Violet Walton in lane 4, Grace Daniel in lane 5, Niam Hai in lane 6, Leah Deary in lane 7, Imogene Lancaster in lane 8, and Isabel Ray in lane 9. And in lane 4 we have Violet Walton from Narrabeen High School, Blue Sports High School, turning in first place, out of Grace Daniel from Terrigal, and Manaz Kalik in third place. And Violet Walton is maintaining her lead over the final 25 metres. I think Grace Daniel from Terrigal is currently in second, but not by much. In fact, yes, I think she'll maintain second. First place, Violet Walton from Narrabeen Sports High School in 1:19.68, followed by Grace Daniel from Terrigal and Manaz Kaliki in lane 3. Our next event will be the boys, or men's 100 metre breaststroke. We have Xavier Kostetsky from Caringbah, Brody Cashman from Denniston, Nicholas Gavin from Warners Bay, Cameron Vandermeer from Cromer, Alexander Elemento from Blackwattle Bay, Lachlan Davies from Balgala Boys, Nathan Yang from Cameron Waite in lane 7, Nicholas Santo and Zi Hao Fang. And the record of this event is 1.1277. And it looks like Alexandro Elemento from Blacktown Boys in lane 4 is leading and is in the last 5 metres of the event. And it is lane 4, Alessandro Elemento, in a time of 1:18.37, followed by from Lachlan Davies in second place, and Cameron Vandermeer in third from Cromer. And of course, Lachlan was from Balgala Boys. Event 79 will be our next event, and the record here for the 14 years girls of breaststroke is 1:13.36. And we have Tully Pittick from Dubbo Senior College, Isabel Yee from Burwood Girls, Bella Teal from Coffs Harbour, Ella Mounter from Lambton, Ellie Diago from Glenwood, Joella Bruce from Dubbo Senior College, Mia Bowes from Woolaware, Jennifer McPartland from Strathfield Girls, Candace McShane from Glen Innes, and Jocelyn Donald from Cheltenham Girls High School. And we've got a straight line across the middle 5 lanes, 6 lanes. So it's a very, very close race. So we're going to be, it's Ellie Diego from Glenwood, who's touched in first place, followed by Ella Meltus from Landon in second, and Bella Teal from Coffs Harbour, who touched in third. But they stayed together coming up the last 50 metres. With 15 metres to go, there's 3 swimmers that could quite easily take this one out. There's a swimmer in lane 3. Ella Melter from Lambton in 1:18.59. In second place was Ellie Diego from Glenwood in 1:18.96. And it was a dead heat. Excuse me. With Joelle Bruce from Dubbo Senior College. Excuse me. There's a bit of a nip in the air in this, where we're broadcasting from. And we have the event 80, the 14 years men's 100 metre breaststroke final. We have Caleb Cashman from Denniston, Janus Shin from Moorbank High School, Frederick Moravrick from Alexander Walker, from Newcastle, Matthew Kim, Marcus Wu, Joshua Chun, Philip Irwin, Jordan Gelati, and Patrick Duron. Turning in first place in lane 4 is Kim Matthew, Marsden High School, followed by Alexander Walker from Newcastle. There's still a close race coming up the final leg of this 100 metre breaststroke boys 14 years event. And the record is 1:10.24. Which may be in danger of being beaten. No, it's just outside of 1:11.19 to Matthew Kim from Marsden High School. Alexander Walker from Newcastle is in second place, and Marcus Wu from Carlingford High School is in third place.
That's the 50s.
Right, the next one's coming up. I'm putting them all over now. I've forgotten to come and go. Thank you. Shortly we'll be moving into the finals of the 50 metres freestyle girls. In fact, they are on the blocks at the moment. And we have in lane 0, Madison Wood, Pearl Pelaz in lane 1, Ashley Adams in lane 2, and I'll have to be quick before they finish, Elisa Bouncing in lane 3, Lucinda McCoy in lane 4, Sophie McInerney in lane 5, Ivy White in lane 6, Bridget Bass in lane 7, Michaela Smith in lane 8, and Miriam Gould in lane 9. And it is across the pool. Very close racing from lanes 4 and 5. And it's going to be a touch in it. And it's lane 5, Sophie McInerney in 29.52, which is a tremendous swim, but just outside the record of 28.80. 29.52 to Sophie McInerney from Dubbo Senior College, Lucinda McCoy from Lucas Heights, and third place was Ivy White from Picton. Event 46 will feature the boys 12 metres freestyle, and we have Jacob Fennick, Jimmy Boswell, Lachlan Lee in lane 2, Riley Marcelino in lane 3, Cohen Clavel from Broken Hill in lane 4, Liam Jordan in lane 5, Ryan Clancy in lane 6, Billy Hall in lane 7, Jarvis Laws in lane 8, and Riley Malloy in lane 9, and the record in this event, ladies and gentlemen and students, and all those watching out there, is 27.19. It was held by Lachlan Smith from Pennant Hills North and was set in 2019. And again, it's straight line across the pool. Oh, it's going to be very close. There's 4 swimmers, just a touch in it, and it's from all the way from Broken Hill in 28.63 is Cohen Cladle, followed in by Clancy Ryan and Liam Jordan. Sorry, Ryan Clancy and Liam Jordan in second and third position. And the time of 28.63. Very good swim from our lad from Broken Hill. At 47 is the 50 metres female 13 years final. And we have Celine Boone in lane 0, Jade Main in lane 1, Niam Hai in lane 2, Mia Georges in lane 3, Tilly Fickers in lane 4, Eva Keane in lane 5, Evie Way in lane 6, Tapania Pippi in lane 7, Acacia Jones in lane 8, Jolanda Hess in lane 9. Excuse me, the record is 27.35 and it was established by Emily Ross Kelly from 8 Flat in 2011. And they're racing. And with these 50 metre races, there's not much in it all the way across the pool. But it does look like lane 4 has crept out a little bit. And that's Tilly Fickers, if I'm correct. And it's lane 4, Tilly Vickers in 27.52, which is only marginally outside the record. Second place, Eva Keane. In third place, Evie Way. We now have the final of the 13 years, 50 metres boys freestyle event. We've got William Brownlee in lane 0, Jack Stockley in lane 1, Alexander Elemento in lane 2, Brodie Smith in lane 3, Joshua Hand in lane 4, Lachlan Davies in lane 5, Albert Clegg in lane 6, Bryeth Peters in lane 7, Lachlan Webster in lane 8, and Zi Hao Fang in lane 9. And the record here is 26.01, established by Vincent Dye from Cherrybrook in 2011. This is a tremendous race, as you can see. It's going to be just a touch, but it's lane 4, Joshua Hand in 26.32 from Lachlan Davies and Brodie Smith. 26.32, just marginally outside the record. Event 49 is the female 14 years 50 metre freestyle final. And we have Ella Mounter in lane 0, lane 1 Jennifer McPartland, lane 2 Ellie Diego, lane 3 Leah Pickvance, lane 4 Ebony Nix, lane 5 Indigo Crichton, lane 6 Mia Booze, lane 7 Millie Edwards, lane 8 Olivia Clues, lane 9 Georgia Sonino. And they're racing. At the moment it's between lanes 3 and 4. And again it's just going to be a touch, it could be a blanket finish. And we have a dead heat, according to the times that have just come up on my table. Leah Pickvance and Ebony Nix in 27.96. In third place, Indigo Crichton. 27.96. Again, only marginally outside that record. What a great swim. Event 50. Boys, 14 years, 50 metre freestyle. We'll have Archie Tui in lane 0, Cameron Gorn in lane 1, Karana Angun Anum in lane 2, Anton Janovic in lane 3, Koi Donarski in lane 4, Alexander Walker in lane 5, Alexander Clarence lane 6, Janu Shin in lane 7, Jackie Zhang in lane 8, and in lane 9, Riley Anthers. The record for the event is 25.37, and it was established by Koi Donarski at this event yesterday. So Koi is in lane 4. See if he can beat his own record. And they're pushing him. Currently between Alexander Walker and Koi Donarski. And Koi Donarski has finished in 25.32, which I believe has beaten his own record established yesterday. Yes? So congratulations to Koi Donarski from Gosford High School, with a fantastic swim of 25.32, a new record for the combined high schools swimming championships in the 14 years boys freestyle. And with that, I'll hand you over to Mr. Bill Anderson, who will take over. Thank you.
Okay, well, Neil's just given you the results and for the event 50, the 14 years boys 50 metre freestyle, and now we move to the medleys. Now these are medley relays, 4 times 50 metres, butterfly, backstroke, breaststroke, freestyle. Now we've got lane 0 Fig Tree, 1 Kirrawee, 2 Newcastle, 3 Woonona, 4 Merriweather, 5 Narrabeen, 6 Cronulla, 7 Dubbo, 8 Maxville and 9 Sydney Girls. So There they are. They're off in the backstroke leg. Lane 4 entered the water first, Merriweather. After that first leg, as we go into the breaststroke, still lane 4, narrowly from lane 3, so lane 3 Jade Van Duyn and lane 4 Kelsey Van Eldick in the water at the moment. And still in first place, Merriweather. So Merriweather, Woonona. Now for the final leg, Ava Jankovic, who has swum brilliantly all carnival, enters the water. No, Sophie McMahon enters the water. Just change the names on screen. And it'll be Merriweather in lane 4 via Sophie McMahon's final swim. And the time on that was a 2:06.11. So Merriweather first. Then we had Woonona in second place and Narrabeen third. So that's heat 1. Girls 50 metre open medley relay. That was the timed final. So congratulations, Merriweather, Woonona, Narrabeen. Now to the boys' final. And we've got in lanes 0 to 9, Macquarie Fields, Camaragal, Collada, Warners Bay, Tumut, Gosford, Merriweather, Taree, Maxville, Kirrawee. Just waiting starters orders. So this is the boys open, i.e. any age, but they'll tend to be older, individual medley relay. Lane 1 making a good fist of it. Camaragal in his first backstroke leg. And across the other side in lane 7, that looked like Taree, and it was lane 7 that turned first, then Camaragal. So it's bob for bob as lanes 5 and 6 turn. It's lane 5, Gosford, that made up ground in the breaststroke. And in the butterfly, they've maintained that lead, so now it's up to the freestyle swimmer, Gosford. Alex Schulberg trying to finish this out for Gosford. So it will be Gosford, and then it will be lane 4 Tumut. We'll just get the official times. And there they are, 155.43 for Gosford, Tumut, Warners Bay. 1, 2 and 3. Final swimmer Alex Schulberg, Edward Dodds and Kobe Hall. The next schedule event is the girls. These events can change around, but we've got the girls 12 years 200 metre freestyle relay finals. And they're away. Now we've got from lane 0 out to lane 9, Wollongong, Riverside, St George girls, Cheltenham girls, Endeavour Sports, Dubbo College, McKellar girls, Crestwood, Balmain and Merriweather. So this is the 12 years 4 by 50 metre freestyle relay. Second swimmers in the water. Lane 4, Sienna Marzik from Endeavour, holding a half a body length lead from lane 3, which is Cheltenham. So lane 4 Endeavour from lane 3 Cheltenham. Got Jasmine Kittle in the water for Endeavour and Ebony Claridge in the water for Cheltenham. And final swimmers in the water. So Endeavour, Bridget Bass to bring them home. And Cheltenham, Chloe Arm. So lane 3 touches. There's our winner. So we've got Endeavour 1, 2, we've got Cheltenham, and then in lane 5 we've got Dubbo College. Great effort, Dubbo. Against some good strong opposition. So Endeavour, Cheltenham, Dubbo College, 2:10.30 was the time. A couple of seconds outside the record. To the boys 12 years freestyle 4x50 relay. And I'll give you those quickly because once they get on the blocks, it's helter-skelter. From 0 to 9 across the pool, from bottom to top. We've got Blacktown boys, Hurlston Ag, Endeavour Sports, Epping boys, Balgowlah boys, Chatswood, Cronulla, James Roos Ag, Nowra and Oran Park. And we'll hear the beep shortly, just under starters orders. Seems to be a slight pause. Now we're all in readiness.
Ladies and gentlemen, a presentation of medals for the girls 13 years, 100 metres breaststroke. We're very fortunate to have Craig Stevens, a living medalist, here with us today to present some of the medals. Thank you, Craig.
Fastest qualifiers were 2:13.
From Rouse Hill, Sydney West.
Balgowlah boys in lane 4.
Receives the bronze medal.
They're leading the way at the first turn.
Terrigal, Sydney North, receiving the silver medal, Grace Daniels. And from Maritime Sports, Sydney North, receiving the gold medal is Juana Golfer. Thanks, Craig.
So it's Balgowlah from Chatswood, from Cronulla and James Roos. On their way back, a significant lead being maintained by the Balgowlah team. So at this stage you'd be calling Balgowlah, Chatswood, Balgowlah in the water, Chatswood to follow suit, and then across to Cronulla.
For girls 14 years, 100 metres breaststroke. From Governor College, South Campus, receiving the silver medal in what was tied for silver is Joey Bruce. And also
Terrific swim there by the final swimmer, Ewan Humphreys. And a well-deserved victory for Balgowlah. Second place we had Chatswood, and then out to Cronulla. We'll just check those as the final results come up on screen. And here they come. So it's Balgowlah, Chatswood, Cronulla, 2:14.61 to the winner. Well done to all of those young men that swam in the various legs of that 12 years relay. Now, we move on to our next event, which is the girls 13 years. In their lanes, starting from the inside, Kirrawee, Great Lakes College, Dubbo College, Mackellar Girls, Randwick Girls, Merriweather, Endeavour Sports, Terrigal, Smiths Hill, Yass. So they're the finalists in this 4 times 50 metres freestyle, 13 years. Girls. They're away. Very even start, as you can see across the pool. Maybe some of these inside lanes have just fallen back slightly. That can be made up in another leg, but it's lane 3 that's going to turn first, and that's Mackellar Girls. So Mackellar Girls from lane 5, Merriweather. Then back here to lane 2, Dubbo College. Should have done well, Dubbo College, yesterday and today. But no holding lane 3 at the moment, Mackellar Girls. And we've got a new swimmer in the water, Octavia Williams. For lane 4, we've got Carol Mitchell. Lane 5, Laura Alvaro. So lane 3, holding on from 5, Mackellar from Merriweather. Very, very close. And 2 making a late charge, Dubbo College. So we can see it's 5 from 4, then back to 2, 3. Gee, this is close. I'm not going to try and call that until we get the results. It looks like 5, but we'll wait and see. So the call here is Randwick. That was a stunning last couple of legs. Randwick Girls. Mia Georges brought them home. So they're calling Mia and the girls from Randwick, who were in lane 4. Then Mackellar in second place and Dubbo College in third. Time of 2.0358. Congratulations, Randwick Girls. To the boys, 13 years. From bottom to top, the Hills, Warners Bay, Newcastle, Balgowlah Boys, Carlingford, Cronulla, Narrabeen Sports, Sydney Technical High, Ulladulla and Warilla. Our first leg swimmers, William Higgins, Campbell Connolly, Lewis Lyons, Lachlan Davies, Andy Wong, Bredith Peters, Jack Stockley, William Brownlee, Harry Walsh and Jack Thompson. So we've got lane 5, lane 6, lane 7 and lane 4 in that leading bunch. So it'll be 5 to go round first. Cronulla. Just about a straight line, 5 and 6, and then just back to lane 4 that's made up a fraction of ground. And they'll be the 3 placings. So right next to one another, 4, 5, 6, and now 3. Now lane 4 with their final swimmer, Timothy Lung. Timothy Lung. So that's Carlingford in first place. Carlingford first place. Andy Wong, James Lung, Joshua Wong and Timothy Leung. So a bit of a family affair. So Carlingford, Cronulla and then Narrabeen Sports. $157.43. Over the page, girls 14 years, 4x50 metre freestyle relay. From the bottom of screen across to lane 9. Henry Lawson, Castle Hill, Woolaware, Maxville, Narrabeen Sports, McKellar Girls, Woonona, Port Hacking, Maclean and Lambton. Well, there was virtually nothing in the fastest qualifiers, the top 3 or 4, so look forward to a very tight finish. Lane 5 and 4 are both up and swimming. 5 just with the advantage and 3 has moved up to lane 4 and then it's across to lane 6 and back here to 2. So round they go, 5, 4, This is the final of the 4x50 metres girls 14 years freestyle relay, and it's a ding-dong go out in front between lanes 4 and 5. 4 narrowly took the lead in that leg, but they're both in the water and up and swimming. What have they got for us? Well, lane 4, Violet Walton, has got plenty for us, and so has lane 5, Abby Hamilton. Gee, that's tight. It looked like Abby Hamilton or Violet Walton. Probably Violet got there in a narrow finish. So it was Narrabeen first, then Maxville, just get these checked for us. No, we've lost them, I'm sorry, and we've moved quickly onto the next event. But we saw it was lane 4 from 5, definitely in the first 2 places. So now we've got the boys 14 years freestyle relay. Warners Bay, Kirrawee, The Ponds, Brisbane Waters, Gosford, Fort Street, Albury, Whitebridge, James Roos and Port Hacking. From the bottom of screen to the top. So, at what point were we at, and what is the starting official, what action do they need to take? Well, they've called them all back up. Either a stroke of luck or a stroke of genius. And they're all away.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a presentation of medals.
You can see Gosford got away well and are sustaining that down to this first change. And on the inside of Gosford, it's Brisbane Water. Central Coast doing particularly well. So we've got 4 from 3 and then 2. The Ponds narrowly in front of Fort Street. Round goes Gosford.
Second place, receiving silver medals
from Brisbane Waters, Ponds.
And in first place, receiving the gold medals.
Gosford first and Daylight second.
Thank you, Captain. Congratulations, girls.
We've got Sen Nakajo in the water for Gosford. He's going to bring them home. Just check the record here. It's 148. It's a sensational record, but it might just go under here. That's a 147.70. 147.70. Now, don't take my word for it yet, but on my sheets, that would be a record previously held by Gosford and now reset by Gosford. 147.70. Well, I'm calling that a record. And then second we had Brisbane Waters, and third must have been a good swim by Eric Zhang then to bring Fort Street up into third. But big time difference between our winners and the rest. 147.770. The Gosford 14 years boys relay team. And by the way, that record was set in a heat yesterday. So it was set in the heats, and here they are today. Today, in fact. They've broken it. Well done, Gosford. Now we're going to the
In second place from Balgowlah boys, receiving the silver medal, Lachlan Davis.
mixed open freestyle relay for central schools. These are for small central schools rather than large high schools. The record is 156.5. It's held by Warren Central School. Now we've got two heats. Heat 1 we've got in lane 3 Merriwa, in lane 4 Bingra, and in lane 5 Woodenbong. So Merriwa, Bingra and Woodenbong. There'll be two timed finals. So fastest time and then second and third fastest times will determine first, second and third, gold, silver, bronze. Away they go. And hello again to everyone who's watching our live stream, no matter where you may be. I'm sure that our friends from Merriwa, Bingra and Woodenbong will be watching this race closely. It's surprising the number of calls we get after we've held championships like these, with people checking in, some from overseas, to let us know they were able to watch a member of the family competing, or they were able to watch a friend, whatever it might be. So this is a fantastic facility to be able to provide this for people who would not normally be able to watch the events live. Live streaming, the way of the future. So we've got lane 3, Merriwa, well in advance of Bingra, and then out to Woodenbong. And the final swimmer for Merriwa is up and swimming. Record 151.56. Well, that's passed, that's lapsed, so that won't happen. A good swim, well and all. You can only do what you do on the day. 2:14.83. Now this is a time final, so when we go to this next heat, heat 2, we can compare times.
In third place, receiving bronze medals, are the girls on Narrabeen Sports.
And next in lane 4, Bingra, and then Woodenbong. Quite an experience coming down and competing in the state championships.
Girls from Manuno High School. And in first place, receiving gold medals, is the team from Merriweather High School under Regis. Congratulations to all of them.
So I'll quickly give you this next heat of the time final. From lane 1 out to lane 8, we have Yeovil, Trundle, Hillston, Coolamon, Jindabyne, Walker, Braidwood and Boorowa. Remember, this is for our central schools. Small schools from kindy up to year 12. Hats off to the teachers that do such a fabulous job in all those schools. Mixed boys and girls. If you're looking at the heat times, it was Coolamon that came in with the excellent time of 2.06, and then it was Jindabyne with 2.10, but things can change when you get to finals. And it's lanes 4 and 5, Coolamon and Jindabyne. Tussle here as they go to their next swimmer. I'll give you these swimmers' names in a moment. We've got Abigail Crocker in lane 4 and Charlotte Linton in lane 5 for Jindabyne and Abigail for Coolamon. And maintaining those positions, getting down to the final swimmer. It's going to be lane 4, Abigail Crocker, who's just going to touch the wall first. They're both in, with guns blazing. Wow. Well, I can't pick this here on my small screen. Maybe just lane 5, Jindabyne, Angus Ballinger. Yeah, Angus Ballinger from Peter McCullum. So it's going to be Jindabyne from Coolamon for first and second. And back over to lane, possibly lane 2. But we'll wait for the official placings. If it is lane 2,
Congratulations, boys.
no, I think it's Braidwood. Lane 7, Braidwood. Lake Hudson. That's the way they finished. 5, 4, 7. Jindabyne, Coolamon, Braidwood. The time of 2.03, which will be the winning time. Those first 3 places in that heat will be the first 3. So, we move on. Like walking along the Great Wall of China. We move on. So Kiara McIntyre, then Charlotte Pempathy and Natalie Allen. Time 29.86. To heat 2 of 4. There are the starters and their lanes on screen. Trinity Cox from Wagga in lane 0 down to Meg Porter in lane 9 from Byron Bay. Lane 4 here, Emily Jones. Looks like she's done enough. And time 26.97, considerably faster than that first heat. It was Emily Jones, Veron Simmons-Curcio and Paige Jones. 26.97. To heat 3. Young ladies from across the state. Fastest qualifier, Khalees Pressler from Williama. Khalees in lane 4. A lot of competition here from 5 and 6. And that's going to be lane 6, I believe. Get those final places through to you now. There was Olivia O'Sullivan in first place in 27.51. Then Khalees Pressler, then Hannah Yao. Some good times here, and they're not that far away from the record. Mariah Jones set in 2010, 26.3. They're a little ways away, but when they get to the final and bring out the best in one another, it won't take that much of a lift. And into the final heat 4 for the girls 50 metre freestyle, 17 to 19 years. Amelia O'Brien in 4. Our fastest from, when I say qualifier, coming through their regional events. 27.18. That's Amelia O'Brien, then Avril Jones and Jordan Ames. So the third heat was the fastest in 27.1 flat. And then we had the fourth heat, 27.18. Now to the boys, 17 to 19 years, the young men. Jones Donaldson, Crean Milborn, Fenwick Kearns, Fowler Maguire, Crozier Hickey, Megaloff. I only used the surnames so I could fit them all in. And a good line across the pool, but lane 2 might be a little bit of a surprise here. Bailey Crean, and I reckon Bailey's won that. 24.44, Bailey Crean, Callum Fenwick Kearns and Kai Fowler, 1, 2, 3. And there's the next heat. Fastest qualifier was Josh Reed from Warners Bay in lane 4. He's going to be up there. Close touch. Josh Reed 24.6, then Raffaello Francisci and Adam McCarthy. Final heat, boys 17 to 19 years freestyle, 50 metres. And it's lane 4. Aidan Miles. Oh, sorry, Luke Garment from Muirfield in 4. 24.43. Luke Garment, then Marco Pagilla Guthrie. Now we're going to the girls, 15 years, 100 metre breaststroke. Elise Peltonen, Eliza Warby and Caitlin Jean.
Hello.
This is Charlotte. She's bit nervous.
Yeah.
Don't be nervous. This is easier than getting a tooth pulled.
Oh, I had that one. That's not. It wasn't too hard.
So,
No, I missed them.
Do you want me to spell it? Do you want me to just write my name instead? Penberthy.
That's not a very common name, is it?
No. Yeah, that's not my name.
Well, there's not many in the phone book in Narrabri. Well, is the family from Narrabri?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, they're originating from the other area. So I don't know, they're all from, just came to Narrabri after the war.
We were that way a bit close, so you were right.
No.
now I've got another special guest. I've got Charlotte Penberthy, from the west.
Yes.
Narrabri?
Yes.
From Narrabri High. And we've had a few from Narrabri High here.
There's 12.
12.
12 here.
All come down together?
Yeah, we had a 12 by 50 relay today, so first time in about a while actually.
Brilliant. Have you been coming down through primary school and through high school, or?
No, I came in year 6 for my relay,
Yep.
first time ever, and then ever since I've been coming here, I missed for the Commonwealth Games, so I went there instead, and obviously last year.
Oh yeah, last year. What a year.
Yes.
Don't want too many more of those, do we? Charlotte, tell me about the Commonwealth Games.
Oh, it's an amazing experience, obviously, but no, it's very, I don't know, it was really exciting. Well, from where I was staying at Coolangatta, you could see the volleyball, and it was, beach volleyball.
So you got to be a bit of a part of the whole scene.
Yeah, I got to see most of it. I had some friends that were actually at the beach volleyball that used to swim, and yeah, got to wave at them and they could see us. It was, I don't know, yeah, we went to like everything. It was great.
And what are your pet events in the swimming?
Oh, relays?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, just try what I can do. That's
Okay,
it.
but you like all strokes and
Not breaststroke.
not a breaststroker?
No.
Okay.
No. Not at all. That's-
Okay.
yeah.
So you could do the medley if they only had 3 legs.
Yeah.
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 Just leave out that breaststroke
Yeah,
leg
the
and you're
breaststroke.
fine.
Yeah. Probably not a gold medal or anything, but yeah.
And how are you juggling school and swimming and
It's a bit tough, training all the time. Yeah, year 12, so it's a bit scary. Yeah.
and who are you training with at Narrabri?
Fiona.
And Fiona no doubt understands that
Yes.
we've got assignments and we've got exams
yes,
and we've got to have a bit of
yeah.
time and
She doesn't put too much pressure on it. It's really good though. She understands that it's year 12, so it's a bit hard. She got to split her year 12 year, so she got to do 1 year and another year.
okay.
Yeah, and she's getting married on the weekend, so it's very exciting.
Are you going?
No, I wasn't invited.
Oh, dear.
Her fiance works
You-
at the school though. So.
You might get a late invitation now.
No, no.
So, Charlotte, you to me seem like a really a person who really enjoys sport
Yes.
and getting into all of the team
Yes.
aspects of sport and so on. Are you into other things as well?
Yeah, I do athletics. I did do cross country, but that was out of the picture after a few years ago. Play netball, yeah, and just anything to involve myself with other kids and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
You get a lot out of being part of a team, don't
Yes.
you?
Yes.
I mean, everyone in a team plays their little bit, and
Yes.
you get to know people in your team or in your group,
Yeah.
and you know what so-and-so's like and so-and-so's like
Yes.
and so on. And somehow or other it all comes together.
Yes, it does.
And you
Yes.
know that today's not a good day to talk to Fred, but it's a good day to talk to John.
Yeah.
But another day might be a good day to talk to John, but not to talk to Emily
Yes.
or Fiona.
Oh, yeah. No, always talking to her. She's a good person to talk to.
So, what's the next step? You've been coming to these carnivals for quite a while now.
Yes.
You've started when you were in year 6 and
Yes.
came and represented your school and represented your region with distinction.
Yes.
So, what's the next step for you? Do you think that swimming's something you'll pursue in a competitive way or maybe just socially?
Well, I'm basically retiring, as I'm calling it, at the end of tomorrow. And then I hope to actually still swim a little bit and just try and keep kids swimming from our region. Because you notice it gets smaller and smaller, or it gets bigger and then goes away. So I hope to encourage kids that are coming in, maybe talk to some of the primary school kids and get them to come along. Because Narrabri isn't very big compared to like Sydney and stuff. It's like there's heaps of people that just focus on that. More in like country town, it's like only a few kids. But they
Okay,
do
so
everything.
you might get involved maybe in some learn to swim and things
Yes,
like that.
well, I was going to do that, but I had to work, so I couldn't do the course that was running. And it's, yeah, got lots of things going on.
It's a good thing to do. You're
Yes.
not only helping yourself in that you're doing
Yes.
something you really like, but you're helping other young people as
Yes.
well.
Keeping them going through and
Absolutely.
keeping it up. Yeah.
And what about, tell me, talking about Narrabri,
Yes.
the weather's always important to everyone, but particularly to people out in the country.
Yes.
How's the weather been in
Um,
Narrabri?
Well, I think it's been better than it was, since you had the drought. It was a bit tough. You could notice, because I work in one of the retail stores in town, it was very quiet, and COVID hit, and that made it a bit harder as well on a lot of shops and stuff, because some have shut down, because it's just, there's not as much like going on, and then the rain hit, and everyone was very different. It was good. Money was coming in.
The crops are going,
Yes, lots of crops are going on around town. Very busy.
which means the shops are busy, which
Yes.
means everyone's happy.
Yes, and the money stays local, then yeah, it's really good.
Well, look, we really wish you well.
Thank you.
You've got a swim to go,
Yes.
one swim to go before you officially retire.
No, I have two
Yeah,
more tomorrow.
Two more tomorrow.
Two more tomorrow, and then yeah,
I
done.
mean, I know why I'm retired. Every time I look in the mirror, I know why I've retired.
No, it's just,
But looking at you, you're very young to be retiring.
a lot of people think I'm younger than I actually am. Yeah, which is yeah. I got told I didn't look nearly 18, but yeah.
Well, you've got some really good goals here.
Thank you.
apart from retirement, you've got your HSC.
Yes.
And of course, always remember that one examination, while it's important, it's not the end of the world.
Yes.
Okay, so you've got your HSC, and we wish everyone well that's listening to us and competing here today. The one thing I can guarantee you, after you've retired, is that all of the lessons that you've learnt through swimming about the teamwork and about punctuality and about lining up and about taking your turn, about supporting other people in the team, about being resilient and coming through setbacks. Those things are going to hold you in good stead for the rest of your life.
Yes.
And follow your dream. Charlotte, you've got a dream that you'd like to help other younger people and help young swimmers and learn to swim and so on. You go and follow that, and I'll guarantee you, written guarantee, that you'll achieve that dream.
Thank you.
Congratulations on what you've done and what you're going to do. Well done for the rest of it so far and for the rest of the event.
Thank you.
Lovely to meet you.
You too.
Well, wasn't that nice? We were talking to Charlotte Penberthy, and she was telling us about what it's like in the bush sometimes, but as we've seen so many times today, there are so many, and it's the norm. These amazing young people, they have a dream, they've got a vision, they know what they want, they all want different things, because they're all different. But it's just great to see them follow that dream and to have something that they aspire to. So, back to business. Until Grant finds us someone else to interview, I can see that on screen I've got the 100 metres breaststroke for the 15 years boys. So 15 years boys breaststroke. We've got Matty Price, Harry O'Donnell and Austin Clavell, and they're in lanes 3, 4 and 5. And it's going to be lane 5, Austin Clavell from Broken Hill, also a fair way from home. Austin Clavell, 132.36, and then Matty Price and Harry O'Donnell. That's heat 1. If you've got your program, you can put a cross through that one as we work our way through this rather large program of events today. It was a very early start. It was an 8 o'clock start this morning, and I think we actually started probably a few minutes before that. We were all here, including the swimmers, doing their warm-ups and so on at about 7:30. Quick bowl of cereal and then on the road. So in lanes 4 and 5, Matthew Gim and Cooper McLeod. Matthew from North Sydney and Cooper from Picton are the front runners in this heat. The record in this event is 1.06.75. Now that has been held since 2010 by Thomas Elliott. So a long way to go to break that. But these two bobbing away and it looked like lane 4. But we'll get those officials for you in a moment. There you Matthew Gim in 1:14.37. Then Kian Davies in 5. Cooper McLeod was 3rd. And here are our starters for the next heat, the 3rd heat of the boys 15 years 100 metre breaststroke. 3rd of 4. Ryan Rubam, Owen Newman, Darcy Woodley, Denver Pelly, Ji Yong Lahan, Pumaras Aswatanan, Owen Tai and Hugh Williams from lane 0 out to lane 8. And the schools: James Fallon, Smiths Hill, Concord, Balmain, Kellyville, Manly, Balmain, Hurstville Ag and Ungari. Lane 3, Denver Pelly, swimming well from Balmain, very close to Grant Parker's heart. And it's lane 4, I think. We'll just get those results up in a moment. And here they come. Yeah, Jiong Fan in 1:14.61, then Denver Pelly, Liam Lahane, Owen Tai. Now to the 4th and final heat. Flynn Hess, Noah Brown, Asher Searle, Matthew Allen, Angus Smythe, Randall Ingram, Bailey Whitten, Levi Sanders-Sallard, Reese Kilo and Sequoia Stone. Touch at the turn, back they go. Nip and tuck, lane 4 and 5, Angus Smythe, Randall Ingram. It's going to be lane 5, it's going to be Randall Ingram. So we'll wait for those official placings and the times. So Randall Ingram in 1:33, Angus Smythe, then Matthew Allen, Bailey Whitten, Asher Searle. 1:11.98. And that will complete the 15 years boys 100 breaststroke. And our next block of events will be the girls, then the boys 16 years 100 metre breaststroke. There's the field For the girls, 16 years. Couple came up late, but still on track. Lane 4, Heidi Schneider went around in 38.06. In lane 5, Madison Newman around in 38.16. These two have cleared out by about a length and a half. And I'd say they've probably competed against one another a few times before. Lane 4, Heidi Schneider, and 5, Madison Newman. And it's Madison that'll get that touch. Then it looked like lane 3, which would be Soumya Sharma. 121.65. Madison Newman, Heidi Schneider and Soumya Sharma. So we'll cross out heat 1 and jump across to heat 2. In lane 4, that's Kelsey Van Eldick from Merriweather. Lane 5, Eleanor McGarvey. Eleanor from Albury. Over to this side in lane 3, Stephanie Liu from Sydney Girls. Lane 1, Eleanor Mullum. And in lane 2, Chloe Ang. But Kelsey Van Eldick showing the way. In a 1:16.82, that was a fair bit quicker than the first heat. And second, Eleanor McGarvey, and third, Stephanie Liu, and in fourth place, Aisha Jackson. Now to heat 3. Fastest qualifier was Tegan Myers, that's coming through the regions from Wollongong, a time of 1:18.61. Now she's likely to go a bit quicker here. Check out the time at the turn. So Tegan will go round first in 36.91. And just to her left, in lane 3, we've got Zali Woolno. And then on the other side in lane 5, Alexandra Lawrence. A bit of a challenge in lane 6, Eve Porter. So it's going to be 4-3, 4-3, 5-6, 7, 8, 2-0-1. So the time there from our winner Tegan was 1:19.13, so she didn't go any faster. Fastest qualifying heat is back in heat 2, where we had a 1:16. So we'll let the officials calculate now the finalists for that event as we go to the 16 boys, 16 years boys. Lane 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We've got Char Wallace Chapman, Edward Dodds, Jake Kankar Haynen, Angus Hines and Baxter March. Char Wallace Chapman, Edward Dodds, Jake Kankar Haynen, Angus Hines and Baxter March. As they hit the halfway mark. Not enough there of a difference to predict a winner. We have had one dead heat today. And when you're talking hundredths of seconds, it's not a complete rarity, but it doesn't happen every day. So we can look across there to, I reckon, lane 7. I'll just wait for that, but I'm confident that it was lane 7. Angus Hines in 1:25 was first, then Edward Dodds second, then Char Wallace Chapman third, followed by Jake and Baxter. Now we go to the next heat of the 16 boys. No, that's not my phone. That's the next door one. There's our field. Lanes 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We've got Jay Dunbar Reid, Kobe Bujak Upton, Dylan Truong, Lucas Burry, Thomas Cheek, Matthew Maguire and Gideon Webster. So lane 4, Dylan Truong, Prairie Wood. Lane 5, that's Lucas Burry. Lucas from Smiths Hill. So, That's the way they came in. And we'll just get that official now. It was Dylan Truong in 1:11.06. And here are the next participants in the next heat. Leah Moody, Samuel Bluefield, Riley Lennon, Joshua Sales, Harrison Bolton, Lachlan Cole, Oliver Raymond and Callum Gardner on the blocks and in the water. Heat 3, boys 16 years, breaststroke. Lanes 2 and 3 battling it out at the moment, which is Samuel Bloomfield and Remy Lennon. Camaray Merriweather, and then in lane 4, Joshua Sales. So it's 4, 5, 3, Joshua Sales, Harrison Bolton and Remy Lennon. So Remy Lennon, first place, 1:11.13. Joshua Sales, Samuel Bloomfield. To heat 4. Once we get through the breaststroke heats, we've still got the girls and the boys 17 to 19 years, but we're going to finish with a real bang, because to get us through the rest of the day, we're going to have the relay events, a whole series of relay events, and they're always very exciting and they change throughout the course of the event quite a lot, depending on strength of swimmers in different legs. So at the moment in this boys 16 years breaststroke, it'll be lane 5, that's Connor Dibben, and then lane 4, Edwin Gow. Fast time. And that's just about one of our fastest heats. 1:10.87. Edwin Gow, Connor Dibben, Marshall Lynch, Ronaldo Ianita. So that completes the boys 16s, which means we now go to the 17 to 19 years breaststroke, starting with the girls. Four heats. Which requires us to have a smaller heat in heat 1 with Emily Deasy, Merrin Chapman and Niam Mitten. and they are from Tamworth, Dubbo Senior College and Henry Lawson Schools. So Emily from Tamworth, Merrin from Dubbo and Niam from Henry Lawson. Emily DC swimming very strongly. So Emily from Tamworth will win this event, as Niam Mitten just eases away from Merrin Chapman, and that's the order they'll finish in 1, 2, 3. $127.10. So we'll get heat 2 up on screen shortly. Now, as these heats are taking place, I've got another special guest, Matt Bunteen. I've seen this guy on television.
Thank you very much.
Welcome, Matt. Matt, of course, from Greater Western Sydney. Everyone in the West's favourite AFL team. And you guys have had a fantastic couple of years. I know you started a little bit slower this year, but things have sort of started to come back on track and so on. But the last few years must have been sensational.
Yeah, it's been a pretty special time. I started, starting out right at the get-go from the Giants. The last.
Well, you came through the draft, of course. Yeah.
Yeah. But in the inaugural year, I was drafted to the Giants. So we had a few hard times back then, but it's been, it's pretty special to make a grand final, playing some pretty big finals, and obviously we haven't quite taken the mantle, but yeah, some good years that we've had.
Given my involvement in rugby league and cricket as my major sports, I know how hard it is to build a team from the bottom up, to have to recruit from nothing. There's no base, there's nothing there, and so you've got to go to the draft. And I know you get a bit of preference with draft picks and things in the early stages. But all of that put aside, you then had to, and you did. You carved out your own niche in Sydney. Like it was all the Swans, go, the red and the white, Bloods. But Greater Western Sydney really got the attention of Western Sydney and had very quickly people that were passionate about their AFL in Western Sydney. And I know the game is flourishing in the schools and a junior level out there, and you'd be a part of that, I expect. You'd be getting around and doing some coaching clinics and so on.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, Sydney was well and truly ingrained in Sydney for the AFL, and they did a great job in terms of growing the game to their acknowledgement. But certainly, our area of the greater catchment of Sydney, it's just an impressive area and a huge area. And our fans are amazing in terms of how they've jumped on board something that's so young and so youthful. We're really proud of our fans that sort of jump on board, and certainly in the early days going out to schools and doing school clinics and teaching kids the rules of AFL and just the basic skills of handballing instead of throwing it like a rugby league ball. It's it took some time, but I think it's certainly paying dividends now. And we go out there. We don't need everyone to be playing AFL. Like, as long as they're playing sport, that's we're pretty happy. But as long as Giants might be their first or second favourite team, we take that and move on and yeah, very proud of
Let's come back to that in a moment about as long as they're all playing sport. And we'll start that with this. A Melbourne boy. Was it all AFL for you at school and in the early years? Was it just AFL, or were there other sports that you had an interest in?
Probably in terms of football, it was mainly AFL, obviously.
So your winners were AFL?
Yeah, AFL and a bit of basketball here and there and cricket in the summer. But yeah, winter was, AFL through and through, Auskick, markers up if we're having a kick in the yard, all those type of things. So.
Okay, so what were your thoughts and your family's thoughts when you got picked up in the draft?
Stoked, yeah.
You were stoked?
Mum maybe a few tears because I was leaving Melbourne, but childhood dream. Just very happy to do that and start an exciting venture. It's sort of a dream come true.
Well, I know that all of the young recruits that come through get really well looked after, both in the Swans and in GWS, and they've got lots of competition in Sydney. But the thing is that Sydney's big enough, as is Melbourne, to have other sports. In Melbourne, of course, AFL number one, and then there's the Melbourne Storm. They've done an amazing job too. And they see some advantages in fact being one team, one town, and they can walk through the streets of Melbourne and somewhat go unnoticed, some of them, that they've got that a bit of anonymity about them, which at times it's nice to have a high profile, and there are other times when it's not nice to have a high profile, you do with whatever it is. So you've made the journey up, you're now settled here, you've been in a really successful unit that's done well. The grand final, I think, during that charge, like when the Swannies went through the grand final, the whole of Sydney was behind GWS, and just everywhere you went, the place stopped. Hotels and everything just stopped to watch the AFL grand final. Just going back to what you said, Matt, about as long as they're playing sport. For you, what is it about sport that is important? What's so important about young people and they're out there just having a go, whether they're going to get picked in drafts or get picked in various teams is not the important thing. What is it for you that you just feel it's out there having a go is what counts?
Yeah, it's interesting, sort of even thinking straight away from my time at football, the camaraderie and the social aspect of being around the group with a common cause is pretty special. But you look at, like today with swimming, that's on, but even the challenges of the swimming to improve marginally and sort of push yourself that little bit more is another sort of element that sport brings. That you don't just get in every other day life. You sort of can find it in work or school and stuff like that, but sport's certainly a special environment that sort of cultivates that and challenges you on the daily. And I just notice personally that even a day off, if I'm not a little bit active, I get pretty I'm a pretty bad boyfriend, pretty average friend. So I think it's just a bit therapeutic as well to burn some energy in a good sense, and whether that's socially or at a high level like these guys are swimming, or myself at AFL level, it's just really, really good. So yeah, those type of things are certainly what I value about sport. And yeah, great memories too that you create. Like I'm sure I reflect back on these times in my life when I'm older that it's pretty special playing the MCG on a Saturday night, or even just my day-to-day work is going to work and getting a kick of footy outside. It's pretty special.
So in many respects your sport friends also become your social friends. It's a bit like when you start primary school and you meet other primary schoolers, but their parents become friends through you and your friends being friends, and that happens in sport, that through your sport you've no doubt made lots of really good friends, and they'll stay friends throughout your life. How do you you're juggling sport, this is your profession, you're doing the thing that you love. You're very fortunate to do something you love and get an income from it. What's your downtime look like?
Yeah, downtime's a bit mixed. Actually, I'm studying teaching, so funny enough.
There you go.
Yeah, being an ambassador of this program, sort of one of those things was getting engaged in school programs like this to see what life could be like for me post footy. So that takes up a fair chunk of time, but yeah, spending a lot of time with family and friends, and resting, recovering and stuff like that. Like, it is a pretty consuming job, but in equal terms, right now playing games, we have a hell of a lot of downtime for recovery because you can't do too much after a game. So uni is probably the biggest thing in my life that keeps me busy, and then other than that, just trying to be a good friend, good boyfriend, and all the rest. So,
do you think that sometimes you're occupied, you're playing sport, and you're here today, and you're studying for university, and all of those things? I don't want to put you on the spot. Do you think that sometimes, but if sports people don't have something else to occupy their time, that's not a good recipe? That just playing and not doing anything else is a good recipe? For young blokes, I mean the older ones have got families and all that keep them occupied, but obviously for you, this is the formula that works for you, which is I'm a professional sports person, but I also know that I'm going to do this for a while, but at some point in time, I want to branch out and do something else. And for me, you've made a decision at this stage that it could be teaching, and so you're studying towards that. Do you find that helps you with your footy, having that sort of knowledge, well, I've got this other thing I'm going to do?
Yeah, I think it gives you an escape from footy. It's a bad game on the weekend, or pressure of selection, all those type of things can certainly play on your mind if you don't have an avenue to sort of switch your mind off football and go elsewhere. And back to your point about dangerous with young kids, I think footy's pretty hard early days, so you can understand them sort of being consumed by it all. But ultimately, you can't keep playing till you retire, until retirement. So career transition, those type of things. I think when you start getting on the other side of to the end of your career, the stresses of that, of the unknown, or of what you're going to be doing next can certainly wreak havoc. So I think trying to find some healthy balance in pursuing or experiencing things just to get an idea of what you're going to do post-footy is important.
Well, we're going to draw on your experience here as a final question. And it's easy question for you, it's not a trick. But my experience with elite sports people has been that they are defined by their successes or disappointments. That their mood and everything they do, their week, is determined by what happened last Saturday or Sunday. Is that fair?
Pretty fair.
Pretty fair, okay. How do you, and what would your recommendation be, that after the disappointment of a weekend, a performance that wasn't quite what you hoped for, how do you get through that? What do you do to sort of, the next day you wake up and you're feeling pretty crummy still, had a bad night's sleep as a result of my performance. How do you get through that?
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough to sort of, in a competitive landscape, outcomes are a big part of the business, but I guess you sort of, and it's something that football clubs, I think, are sort of gravitating more towards the process and, reflecting on more, did I do everything right to perform as best I could? Outcomes aren't always in control, and for me, say we have a poor result, I have a poor game on the Monday, it's more about what I can do, not what's happened. So it's about planning my week for how I'm going to play the best that I can on the next Saturday, or learning instead of sort of looking at a loss as just a bad moment. So trying to flip the switch or transform that in your mind, it's tough. It sounds easy right now, but I assure you I get in some pretty foul states and a spiral of sort of just questioning how good you are or what's going on here. But I think the more you can sort of get into actions and just preparing the next week as best you can. That's all we sort of search for, is being the best footballer, and whether that means you're a winner, whether it means you're in the ones or twos, that's sort of left and not so important. But then again, it is a win-loss industry, so it's hard to sort of say that and then being judged on the other things. So yeah, it's a tough one. It's a great question. It's sort of, I think, very hard for individuals and clubs to sort of...
No, you answered it really well.
Yeah.
You know, that it's... Yes, you've got to look back on your performance, but you've got to take out of your performance, where can I get better, and work on the improvement. Optimism and a positive attitude, great attributes of anyone playing sport. You know, you can guarantee that, you know, life's a bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy, and if you're thinking about what happened and you're dwelling on that, you're not improving. But if you take the other perspective of, I'm about improvement and I'm going to work hard and I'm going to fix this, and this, you're much more likely to get there. Matt Bunting, really appreciate you talking with us here at the Combined High School Swimming Championships. Why an AFL player at the Swimming Championships? Because it's all about sport. It's about young people progressing on their journey through their sport, through their life, and taking the lessons of their sport into the rest of it. Thanks, Matt. Really appreciate having you with us. So there he was, another fine young person, Matt Bunting from the Greater Western Sydney AFL team. Relocated from Melbourne and up here to Sydney in the draft. And we're into our relays. Now, I promised you that these would be exciting and changing, and all I've got to do is catch up with where we're up to. Let's see, we're up to the 12 to 19 years, 6 times 50 metre freestyle. So there's a representative of each age group here, from the 12s right through to the 19s. And it's lane 4, which is Willoughby. Lane 4, Willoughby. Now these are in heats. There are 3 preliminary heats. So we'll get those final places for you in a moment. There'll be the names on the left of the last swimmer, and then it will have their school. But it will be lane 4, Willoughby. 3:03.82 was the time. Just got a swimmer coming in. And the last swimmer was well, they didn't come up on screen, but it was lane 4, Willoughby. Now we're going to the second heat of the 12 to 19 years, 6 times 50 metres. So 6 swimmers, a 300 metre race. And we've got from lanes 1 to lanes 8, West Sports, Glenwood, Endeavour, Cronulla, Woonona, Merriweather, Nepean and Prairie Wood. And that's Sarah Stanley-Jones from Cronulla. Cronulla now being challenged by lane 3, Endeavour. Those 2 schools not far apart. Cronulla will turn 1 and Endeavour 2. And then in lane 5 and 6, it'll be Merriweather and Woonona. So lane 4 skipped away a little, about 3/4 of a body length. Lane 4 in the water, lane 3 in the water, lane 5 just about there. That's Jada Zamet Maya from Cronulla swimming this last leg. And then Madison Jones and Mia Marzik in lanes 4 and 3. And the 5th swimmer now in the water. A lot can change here, given different age groups may have different strengths. Lanes 4, Rome Southwell, Jade Van Duyn at the moment. So lane 4, Cronulla, lane 5, Woonona. Then lane 3, Endeavour, and across to lane 5. So, to lane 6, I'm sorry. So there it is, 4, 5, 3. So that's lanes 4, Cronulla, 5, Woonona and 3, Endeavour will be the placings. Time of 1.07. That can't be right. That was the split. Let's have a look. 3.02 was the time. Now over to the next relay event, and there are the starting swimmers on the left-hand side, schools on the right. No, sorry. There are the placings from that last event. Names down the left-hand side, schools on the right. Schools, Cronulla, Woonona, Endeavour. Right, now we go to heat 3. So there'll be young ladies here from 12 years through to the open age, which could be 18 or even 19. From lanes 1 to 8, we've got Yass, Hill Sports, Dubbo, McKellar Girls, Cheltenham, Newcastle, Picton and Leeton. 6 swimmers for each team, each school team. So, lanes 4 and 3 at the turn. Lane 5 just dropped back a little, and across in lane 6 there's a huge swim taking place. I think it's Heidi Schneider from Newcastle, who we've seen competing over the last couple of days with distinction. And they're in the water, Newcastle, and away and running. Or swimming. So that's Newcastle leading from lane 3. 3 Dubbo. Lane 4 McKellar girls. And lane 5 Cheltenham. Dubbo making a real run here. Sophie McAnini. So, we've now got swimmer, our next swimmer in the water. Record 2:55.56. It's lanes 3 and 4. Both in the water almost together. So lane 3 we've got Jolie Bruce, and lane 4 Annika Fowler. So it'll be Annika in lane 4, Jolie in lane 3 next. Then we're going to go across to lane 6, which was Averil Jones from Newcastle. So we'll just get those final placings, but I'm sure they'll be as we called. There we go, time of 3:04.1. There's Annika Fowler, Jolie Bruce, Avril Jones that swam those last legs. McKellar, Dubbo, Newcastle. Now to the boys, 12 to 19 years, 6x50 metre freestyle. Lanes 1 to 7. This is Heat 1, lanes 1 to 7, Evans River, Kiama, Hill Sports, Cronulla, Sydney Secondary College, Smiths Hill and Leeton. Four, 5, 3. All in, 2 in. So we can see it's 2 and 3 with a break to 4 and 5 on their right going up the screen. And you can go across to lane 6 and then back to lane 2. Positions changed somewhat at the break, at that changeover. And it's lane 5 from 3. Lane 5, Sydney Secondary College. Lane 5, Sydney Tech. So we're through the halfway mark. And right across lane 5, Sydney Secondary College, Landon Kernawan in the water. Then lane 3, where we've got Riley Lawrence. Into lane 4, Oliver Morns from Cronulla. So we've got Sydney Secondary College, Cronulla and Hill Sports. Sydney Secondary College with a decent advantage. Then lane 4, lane 3, and then across to lane 6. So we'll just see what we get on the official placings. Kai Fowler, Billy Scott, Lucas Burry, 2:55.33, the best time. Now to the next heat, heat 2 of the boys. (12 to 19, 6 times 50 metres freestyle. From lane 1 to 7, we've got Camden Haven, Merriweather, the Ponds, Epping Boys, Sydney Tech, Picton, Girraween. So leg 1 of 6 legs. Ponds in lane 3 and Merriweather in lane 2 lead after the leg, the first leg. So it's lanes 2 and 6 now. Merriweather and Picton. Picton in the water. And Picton just being headed by Epping Boys. So Epping on their way back in lane 4. Over in lane 6. Picton, and then come back to lane 5, Sydney Tech, and then lane 3, the Ponds. Still a bit to do here with 100 to go. That's certainly for the minor places. You can see lane 5, Eugene Waitford, making up some ground. So they're going to finish lanes 4, 5 and most likely 6. Epping Boys, Sydney Tech, and over in 6, Picton. 250.67. To preliminary heat 3. from 1 to 8, Murrumbidgee, Lambton, Warilla, Balgowlah Boys, Chatswood, Warners Bay, Picnic Point, Condobolin. There are the swimmers on the left. Six times 50 metres freestyle. Boys 12 to 19 years. One swimmer from each age group. That's Chatswood. That hit the water first. The lead narrowed just ever so slightly. They're still there, Chatswood. And here comes the challenge now from Ethan Green. Balgowlah Boys right there now with Chatswood, with a swimmer in the water and one to come. So Balgowlah Boys Daniel Miners has got them to a small lead. But that's going to be enough, because William Chapman's bringing it home. So it'll be Balgowlah. Then you can jump across to lane 6, Warners Bay, with a late finish. And then go to lane 5, Chatswood. Now we'll just get the officials on that. So second place was Warners Bay, and third place was, just a bit confusing here, we've got some WAs and some Warners Bay, I'm guessing Warilla. It was Warilla, the WA. Next heat of the boys. No, we've got now the girls. 6 times 50 metres freestyle. Now this is a multi-class event. From lane 0 to 9, we've got Scarlett, Highway, Megan, Ellis, Tane, Farmillo, Mikala, Espy. Sorry about the first name. We've got SK, Morrissey, Claire Graham, Elise, I think Gillespie, Bella Rickson, Emily Keogh and Kelly Ryan. The screen doesn't always have enough space. So we've just got this event being completed. That's a multi-class event, and we'll get you those placings. .95 was the time. First place was Sky. And I can't read those too well with my glasses. So, but was the finish, was Sky. And I've got a special guest now. I've got Leah Pickvance from Maxville. Come in. How the last couple of days been?
Yeah, really good.
Really good?
Yeah.
That good?
Yeah.
So tell us about, firstly tell us about yesterday.
So I actually didn't swim yesterday. This is my first day of competing.
Okay. But you came down yesterday?
Yeah, I came down yesterday and just hung out around Sydney, did whatever.
Too easy, what a life.
Yeah.
So what about your events today?
So I did the 50 metres freestyle, 14 years, and I've done the 6x50 all-age relay, the 14 girls freestyle relay, and the opens medley relay.
And I guess success can be defined in lots of different ways. Has it been successful for you?
Yeah, yeah. A lot of hard work's paid off. Yeah.
A lot of hard work's paid off. Tell us about it.
Just waking up every morning, training every afternoon, gym sessions, just making sure that it all pays off. It just feels good. So
you're obviously a squad swimmer.
Yes.
Not a singer, a squad swimmer.
Yes.
So who do you train with?
So I train with quite a number of people.
Who's your coach?
My mum is actually my
really?
coach. Yes, so my mum was my coach.
Was mum a swimmer?
She was at the start, but then she moved to triathlons.
Yep.
And my auntie was also a swimmer.
Okay, well, you're in good hands.
Yes.
Whatever you need as far as time off for study and so on won't be a problem.
Yeah.
So tell me about the school team. It must be a great feeling when you've got a group of people, you come from a particular school, you come down here to compete as a group. It's more than just about the swimming, isn't it? It's about the camaraderie and the friendships and the teamwork.
Yeah, you get to know a lot more people, like what they're capable of, like with swimming, and like you get to know them a bit more, like when you go to school and as well as like outside of school socially. It's really good.
Well, you never really know what people are capable of until they do it.
Yeah.
And as you get to know them better, you start to understand what makes them tick and what makes this person tick and that person tick. And you put all of those little bits together in the jigsaw and the whole team comes together. And of course, a good team will always be the team of champions.
Yeah.
A champion team. So tell me, Leah, what's ahead of you now? What's today and tomorrow? What have you got?
So I'm finished for today, but tomorrow I have my 100 freestyle and my 100 fly.
Okay, and is the freestyle or the fly your pet event? Which one?
So 50 free and 100 fly are my main events.
Okay, and if they took the breaststroke out of the medley, you'd be okay at the medley as well?
Yes. Yeah, no, breaststroke is not my stroke.
Okay. Well, I suppose when you get into squads and things, you try everything.
Yeah.
And you give it a bit of a crack, but then either a decision's made for you or you make the decision and say, I don't really enjoy that.
Yeah.
And so I'll try something else. How many years have you been coming down to these championships?
Oh, since I was about maybe 8 years old.
Okay, so you came through PWSA into CHS. What have you liked about it the most?
Just getting to know new people. I've met so many people from coming down to Sydney, just from all over. Like, just getting to know people like outside of school is really good. And like, I've met so many new people that I
You
never
keep in
knew.
touch?
Yeah. Keep in touch with people. Like, when you see them out of school as well, like you just, you know them. It's really good.
And would there be people up in Maxville that were watching you perform today?
Yes.
There are. So like family or school?
Yeah, so my nan and my dad watch me on live TV.
Okay, and what year are you in now?
I'm in Year 9.
Oh, you've got plenty of time coming.
Yeah.
What do you, how do you see this playing out over Year 10, Year 11, Year 12? It's something you're passionate about and want to keep doing?
Yeah, no, I want to keep going for a fairly long time.
Okay, and you never know where that might lead?
Yeah, well, I'd love it to lead to the Olympics one day, but, never know.
Well, I think there are certain formulas that seem to work. And having some talent is one part of it. And another part of it is the hard work. And another part of it is having the right attitude. And, that sort of mental aspect of it, of understanding yourself and understanding your swimming and so on now. And what else can you tell us about Mum?
So she's a really good coach. She coaches junior and adults and the intermediate and our squad. She's really hardworking. She comes home and she's so tired, but yeah, she's really good.
I was talking yesterday with Craig Stevens, and he was talking to me about how handy it is to have a mobile phone these days.
Yeah.
When you're a swim coach, and just capture the vision, because some people you can explain things to and they sort of get it, but when you actually show some people and say, have a look at this, then you really get it.
Makes a whole big difference.
Yeah, it does. So the world of swimming has come from an era when it was not about the science of swimming, but, and I even remember the name of the book, a fellow called Jim Councilman wrote a book, I think, called Science of Swimming. James Councilman, he was an American coach, and he started to get into, why it was important to have your hand in this position and not this position, and, the way you would kick and so on. So now it's a bit of a science in exactly what you've got to do. But if you love what you're doing, give yourself a better chance of making it. And we really hope that you do one day.
Yeah.
Imagine having you back here as an ambassador one day, after you've been to the Commonwealth Games or you've been to the Olympic Games, and you're sitting here and I'm not my age now, I'm 5 years down the track, 10 years down the track, and so we remember when we interviewed you and you were hoping that one day it would all happen. You can make things happen.
Yeah.
Leah, thanks very much. Say good day to Maxville for us.
Hello.
Hello, Nan, Pop.
Hello.
Dad.
Hey, Dad. Hey, Nan.
Hi, everyone. She's in good hands here, I can assure you, and she's doing really well. And she's not long out of the pool, still a little bit damp, wet behind the ears, but going really well. So thanks very much, Leah. Pleasure to have you here.
Thank you.
On our microphone and making it so enjoyable for everyone out there that's listening to us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Enjoy tomorrow.
Will. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Leah. And we're now into another of our multi-class events. And we've got Danny Gagaro from Fenley, Courtney Wiebeck from Gloucester, and Justine Scarra from Endeavour. And this is the girls 16 to 19 years multi-class freestyle. Now I should point out in the multi-class events, and these are timed finals, by the way. This is heat 1 and there'll be another heat, and the times will go together to determine who the winners are. But first past the post in multi-class events doesn't necessarily equate to the winner. It may, but it doesn't necessarily, because it depends on the category that the swimmer is in and then the time that the swimmer produces, and that is all sorted out by world standards that have determined that particular categories accumulate particular points, and then you equate that with the time and it spits out a number, and that number will determine who is the winner of the event, whoever gets the highest calculated points. So that was heat 1 of the 16 to 19 years 50 metre freestyle multi-class final, and as just mentioned, they'll go by times. Now we've got a bigger group in the next heat from lanes 0 to 8. We've got Shana Fila, Megan Butler, Rebecca Merlino, Jamie Plunkett, I think it's McKinley, yes, McKinley. We've got to make them up sometimes because they don't fit all the names on a line, but it is McKinley Arneson, and we've got Samantha Whiting, Vanessa Ozols, Chloe Williamson and Sarah Clark. You can see their names on screen and their schools, and they're just about ready. They're away. Gee, you take your hat off to these young swimmers. Just look at the quality of this. These tremendous young athletes. Now, remember what I mentioned about the calculation. First past the post is lane 5. So, that's Samantha Whiting, was the first to touch. Now, we'll get the other placings in a moment. Second, well, it's got first was McKinley Arneson. Then it's got Samantha Whiting on this screen. And in third place, it has Vanessa Ozols as 1, 2, 3. So those times will go into the calculation and the various categories compared with the first heat, and they will have winners and a presentation. Now we're going to the boys, 16 to 19 years, 50 metre multi-class. Again, there are 2 heats. A heat of 3 with lane 3, Patrick O'Donnell, lane 4, Jess James, and lane 5, Jack Lancaster. So our swimmers are at about the 20 metre mark. And it's lane 4. Jess James. and Patrick O'Donnell. Just the two swimmers. Patrick and Jess. And then the second heat, from lane 0 to 8, Aidan Clark, Michael Richter, Mitchell Basford, call him Mr. Emerson Martin, that just got MO on the screen. Monty, Emerson Martin, there it is, Lachlan Hanratty, Morgan Jean, then we've got lane 6, and we've got Daniel McEwen lane 7 and Ryan Shakeshaft in lane 8. So lanes 5 and 4 are where the major action is. Lane 5, Morgan Jean, Lachlan Hanratty in 4. That's the way they'll finish in the first past the post. But as we've described, that's not the end of the placings. The placings then have to be fully determined through an equation of category. So, this now brings us to the next event, the girls 15 years 200 metre freestyle relay. So this is a freestyle relay, and there are 3 heats. Heat 1, from the bottom of your screen up, Gilgandra, Corindi, Castle Hill, St Ives, Mackellar, Albury, Kingscliff, Whitebridge, Armidale. And our third swimmer in the water. For the 15 years girls, first heat. And lane 4, Rachel Shannon from Mackellar, really pushing hard here. Lanes 4, 5, 3. Can't throw a blanket over them. Ooh. Gee, that was a tight finish for at that leg. That was such a tight finish. So, we're back in the water again for the third swimmer. It's getting a bit clearer now with lane 3. St Ives. It's not a big enough lead to be comfortable. So at this stage it's via Whisker lane 3 with lane 4 pressing. Then on the other side we've got lane 5 just ahead of lane 2. I think lane 4 is going to lane 5 will sneak this. Five, 4, 6, 3. Let's see what we get. Time was 2.02.15. So it was Maxville who finished first. They've taken, I hope you got that, because they, McKellar it was, they took them down very quickly, but it was McKellar girls that won that. And then I think it was Albury in 5. Anyhow, we move on to the next race. These are timed heats. That was heat 1 of the 15 years girls 200 metre relay, and this is heat 2. We've got from bottom up Denison, Nepean, Ulladulla, Katara, Cronulla, Dubbo, Bulli, Mullumbimby, Westports. Westfield Sports, West Sports. And it's lane 5, Dubbo in the pool first. They've had some tremendous performances, Dubbo, over the last couple of days. Doing great things. So it was lane 5 Dubbo, then lane 4 Cronulla. That's the way they'll turn. Five, 4, and then 3 Bulli. 5, 4, 3, 2. So 5, 4, 3, 2. So we'll quickly get the final places. 2:21 was the time. So it was lanes 5, 4, 3, 2. Dubbo, Cronulla, Katara, Ulladulla. To the third and final heat of the girls' 15 years 200 freestyle relay. Working from the top down this time. Lane 9 through to 0. We've got Tamworth, East Hills, Young, Warners Bay, Endeavour, Menai, Tuggerah Lakes, Woonona and Hill Sports and Elderslie. First leg of a 4-leg relay. Lane 4 in the water first. That was Menai. And then Endeavour. And then we've got Tuggerah Lakes. So at the turn, it was Menai, Warners Bay, Tuggerah Lakes, with a charge over the other side So we're going to go into the final swimmer with lane 4, Menai, lane 5, Endeavour, and then lanes 3 and 6 fighting out a ding-dong battle. We can say with confidence that lane 4 Menai will win this, being brought home by April Pham. And then lane 4, and then it's lane 5 Endeavour, then it's lane 6 and 3. Lane 6. We'll wait for that. Was Warners Bay finished 3rd. So it was Menai, Endeavour, Warners Bay, Amelia Hall. Now the boys, 3 heats, 15 years, freestyle relay. So as they come down the pool, I can tell you that we've got in lane 1 Albury, 2 Nowra, 3 Cronulla, 4 Concord, 5 Warners Bay, 6 Kellyville, 7 Woolgoolka and 8 Mudgee. That's lane 4 holding on, and in fact extending from 5. So Concord from Warners Bay. Then at Kellyville, so we go into this last change. 4's in, and 5, and 3 and 2 will get into the water together. That's Kai Thatcher and Sasha Matushka. No, it's Oliver Munn and Cooper Holbrow. But it's back to lane 5, Kobe Hall, then lane 4. So we'll get the finals here on this. Bit of a blanket finish there with swimmers on different sides of lane 5 and 4. So it was Warners Bay, Concord, and then Kellyville. Now heat 2, lane 1, Lambton, 2, Hurlston Ag, 3, Alstonville, 4, Epping Boys, 5, Kiama, 6, Janali, 7, Girraween and 8, Wagga. 4, Epping boys. It's Suwon King, bringing them home on this leg, but still a bit to go. There's swimmer 3, takes aim. So it's Epping boys from Alstonville, then across to Kiama. So there's the change in 5, 4, 3. Four, 5, 3, 4, 3, 5 now. Strong swim there by Lachlan Treese. So lane 4, Epping boys were first, 1:48.73. So it'll be Epping first. Alstonville second, and I think it was Kiama third. Now we go to the next heat. Heat 3, the boy 15s. Lane 0, Narromine. 1, Picnic Point. 2, Picton. 3, Warilla. 4, Balgowlah boys. 5, James Roos. 6, Bellingen. 7, Endeavour. 8, Rutherford. Lane 4, Alexander Smith, bringing Balgowlah up to the next change with a lead. It's over to lane 6, which is Riley Meehan. Lane 4 with a handy lead, that's Balgowlah. They'll win this heat. From lane 5, James Roos. And then it'll be touch and go between lane 3 and lane 6. With a late finishing lane 2. So Balgowlah, James Roos, and lane 3, Warilla. And a time of 1:48.33. Which takes us through the boys' 15s and onto the girls' 16s. So 16's girls, we've got lane 1 Castle Hill, 2 Peel, 3 Canterbury girls, 4 McKellar girls, 5 Merriweather, 6 Wollongong, 7 Mount Annan, 8 West Wyalong. So, the lane 3 Canterbury girls swimmers 1 and 2 have established a bit of a lead. I can see a huge challenge over in lane 5, which is from Merriweather. That lead is being maintained. It's Canterbury, Merriweather. Now I'd call it Merriweather Canterbury. Yeah, Merriweather, Canterbury, Wollongong. So it's going to be lane 5 Merriweather. From lane, I'll say lane 4, then lane 6. McKellar, then Wollongong. Merriweather 1, McKellar 2, and Wollongong 3. That's now official. Time 1.5924. And they're away in the next heat of the 16 years girls freestyle relay. Jamison in 1, Hunter Sports in 2, Kirrawee 3, Hornsby 4, Casino 5, Great Lakes 6, Nowra 7, Glen Innes 8. We're drawing toward the close of a long day. Lane 3 up and swimming first, which was Kirrawee. So 1, 4, 5. So it's lane 4, 3, 5. As we come down the next leg, lane 4 in first position, and that's Hornsby. Lane 5, Casino. So they'll turn in those positions 4, 5, but then it's going to be lane 2, Hunter Sports, that made up a lot of ground then to put themselves back into contention and flying in this leg. Lane 2, Ellie Baldwin. Going to get them to third. It's going to be lane 5 first. Casino, Hornsby second, and in third place, Hunter Sports. Time 1:59.94. So we go to the last heat of the girls 16 years. Freestyle relay. Lane 1, Warilla, 2, Albury, 3, Westfield Sports, 4, Davidson, 5, Cronulla, 6, Hurlston Ag, 7, Maclean, 8, Glenwood. Just about ready. Now, they were on the blocks, but they're off the blocks now. The starter wasn't quite happy. It's a better start that time. Nice line across the pool with this first leg of the relay. A tight turn. The first 5 are all in within a second. And it's still close, so maybe on this third leg things will become clearer, if not the fourth leg. As I mentioned earlier, we have had one dead heat today. It's going to be lane 4, then 5 and 3 at that last turn, or that last change. It's lane 4, Davidson, from lane 6 and 5, lane 6 Hurlston and lane 5 Cronulla. So it was Davidson, Hurlston and Cronulla. Now we've got Westfields here on our screen. Westfields, I'm sorry, it was a blanket finish, 2.0380, 2.0387. So the judges, the camera can tell better than I. Now to the boys, 16 years. 4x50 metre freestyle, heat 1 of 3. Lane 1, Sefton, 2, Murrumbidgee, 3, Merriweather, 4, Carlingford, 5, Crestwood, 6, Coffs Harbour, 7, Picnic Point. Lane 3 at the turn, Merriweather. Merriweather and Coughs turn together. And it's Merriweather just holding on from Coughs, and then in the middle we've got Crestwood and Carlingford. Gee, I'll have to leave this to the camera. Looks like lane 4 to me. Sorry. Lane 3. Right, let's see what they come back to us with. Merriweather 1, 2, Carlingford, and we just missed that third place, but Merriweather, Carlingford 1, 2. Next heat, from lanes 1 to 8, Maclean, Sydney Tech, Warilla, Fort Street, Smiths Hill, James Roos, Newcastle, Camden Haven. Bit early to tell, of course, but lanes 4, 5, 6 making their presence felt, and lane 3 on this side. So we've got 4 Fort Street, 5 Smiths Hill, 6 James Roos and 3 Warilla. And that was a mighty swing there by Aaron Leung. So the boys 16 years, lane 4, Fort Street High School. Certainly looking the goods. As lane 5 sets sail, Lucas Burry sets sail after them, but it'll be Fort Street. It'll be 1-5-3, unless 4-5-3. 4 Fort Street, 5 Smiths Hill, 3 Warilla, and that time of 1.460. So for this third heat, we've got Bomaderry in 1, Greystanes 2, Caringbah 3, Epping 4, Cronulla 5, Lambton 6, Hurlston 7 and Coonabarra Brand 8. And then after this event, we'll continue with the freestyle relays with the boys and girls 17 to 19 years age groups. very tight. We've got close go here between 3 and 4, and then across to 6. It's 3, 4, 6 at this point. Three Carrying Bar, 4 Epping, and 6 Lambton. So still about 70 metres to go. And lane 4 skipped away. Epping. So it's going to be Epping in a battle between lanes 3 and 6, between Lambton and Carringbar for second and third spot. Lane 6 gets it. 4, 6. So there it is. Epping, Lambton, Cronulla, Carringbar were the final places. Now we go to the first of the 17 to 19 years relays, and this is the girls heat 1 from lane 0 Westports. Then we've got across the pool Katoomba, Dubbo, Heathcote, Newcastle, Mackellar, Woonona, Campbell, Ulladulla. Good swim there, lane 2. Be some surprise sometimes. Dubbo have had a fantastic meet so far. I'm sure that will continue tomorrow. Dubbo Secondary College. So things changing as we move to swimmer 3. And it's Newcastle leading from Mackellar and Woonona. Newcastle. Lane 2 still. Dubbo. Then Mackellar and Woonona. So you've got lanes 4 will be first, but then we've got a real battle on our hands for second place. It's lane 5, lane 2, lane 6. So lanes 4, 2, 6. Lanes 4, 5, 2, then 6. 4, 5, so Mackellar was second. Heat 2. The first swimmers are on their blocks and back down. We'll go through them quickly from this side of the pool, lane 0. We've got Alstonville, then Canahooka, St Mary's Senior College, Albury, Cheltenham, Hill Sports, Endeavour Sports, Mullumbimby, Orange and Tenterfield. Some beautiful parts of New South Wales there. Mullumbimby, Tenterfield, Orange. Wonderful. Canahooka, Alstonville. It's a big place. So, lane 3. Albury. Mightn't have come into this race as fancied favourites. However, they're going into this next leg with a lead. So 3, 4, 5 were the lanes in order at that change. And we've got Matisse Ravina from Albury, who's not giving away. And they will turn first. And lane 4, Cheltenham, with a bit of ground to make up. And that's not going to happen. So it's going to be Albury 1, Cheltenham 2, and then across to lane 5, Hill Sports 3. But this is all academic. It's a matter of qualifying to get into the final, and as long as you get through, that's when the whips will be cracking. To heat 3. Lane 0, Maxville. Then to Murrumbidgee, Hunter, Tomaree, Freshwater, Cronulla, Elizabeth MacArthur, Denison, Narrabri in 8 and Coonabarabran in 9. Got in 0, Maxville, 1, Murrumbidgee, 2, Hunter, 3, Tomaree, 4, Freshwater, 5, Cronulla, 6, Elizabeth MacArthur, 7, Denison, 8, Narrabri and 9, Coonabarabran. And at the moment it's Freshwater from Tomaree and Cronulla. Freshwater have done their homework because they just keep extending that lead. So it's Freshie from Tomaree and Cronulla. That's the way they'll finish. Freshwater, Tomaree and Cronulla. Cronulla doing it pretty easy swim there. And for those of you still with us on our live stream, we come to the last event of the day. No, not the last event of the day, Grant has told me. So we've got, this is event 74, the boys 17 to 19 years, heats. Heats 1 of 3. Heat 1, we've got from lanes 1 to 8, we've got Glen Innes, Girraween, Callaghan College, Balgowlah Boys, The Ponds, Taree, Woolgoolga and Henry Lawson. I was about to clock off. But no need to, I'm told. Just keep going. Just wind him up and let him go. So we've got lanes 3, 4, 2 and 6. Lane 5 just back a little. Just a smidgen. So we've got Callaghan College. Established about a 1 body length lead. So they go into their last swimmer. Sometimes a bit surprising in these school relays to look across and see the board shorts in use, not the scungies. But they're all good swimmers. So I'll give you those lane finishes in a minute, but it will be Callaghan College. This screen will just flick over for me in a moment. Callaghan College, Taree and Ponds. 1, 2, 3. 146.04. So we go to heat 2, and from the bottom of the screen we've got working upwards Tenterfield, Tumbarumba, Kiama, Port Hacking, Cronulla, North Sydney Boys, Tumut, Maxville and Denison College. Good straight line of swimmers. Three, 5, 6, 4. And now it's 3, 4, 5. just edging away from the rest of the field. So the third swimmers are in the water, and those three middle lanes, 3, 4, 5, still nipping away at each other with nothing in it. Lane 4 went in first. 4 from 3. So it was Cronulla from Port Hacking, and then lane 5, North Sydney. So 4-3-5, Cronulla, North Sydney and, Port Hacking and North Sydney. 144.8. So that takes us out of heat 2 and into heat 3 of the boys 17 to 19 years freestyle. The lanes from the bottom of your screen: Coonabarabran, Smiths Hill, Macquarie Fields, Blackwattle Bay, Narrabeen, St Mary's Senior, Woonona, Port Macquarie and West Wyalong. Now I think Grant's coming to tell me that there might be... Grant has said disregard what he said. So we've got different bits of information here in front of us from different sources. What we do know is what's on screen, and we know that that's lane 4 of this event. We know that that's Narrabeen. We know that this is Bailey Clues being hunted down on the far side by lane 6, but it's going to be 465, which will be Narrabeen, Woonona and St Mary's. So St Mary's Senior College finished in 3rd, 2nd it was Woonona and 1st it was Narrabeen. So with that, we need to just source some information, if you give us a moment, about where the rest of this afternoon, if there is any rest of the afternoon, might be taking us. As you can see on screen, there's not much movement at the station just yet as to what our next event might be, or events might be or may not be.
That'll complete that section of the carnival. We'll then move on to the 15 years girls 4x50 freestyle relay final, the boys 15 years 4x50 freestyle relay final, the girls 16 years 4x50 freestyle relay final, the boys 16 years 4x50 freestyle relay final, and the girls and boys 17 to 19 years 4x50 freestyle relay finals. Once that section of the championships are completed, we will move on to the girls 12 to 15 years and boys 12 to 15 years 50 metres breaststroke multi-class. Those events will be followed by the girls 16 years to 19 years and the boys 16 years to 19 years 50 metres breaststroke multi-class. And the final events of the day will be the girls 15 years 50 freestyle, the boys 15 years 50 metres freestyle, followed by the girls 16s and boys 16s 50 metres freestyle, and the girls 17 years to 19 years and boys 17 years to 19 years 50 metres freestyle finals. And the final event will be the finals of the 6x50 freestyle relay and the boys 6x50 freestyle relay. Apologies for that change in program. but it has been necessitated because of the change of sessions today due to the COVID protocols that we are following for the championships. So, ladies and gentlemen, our next event will be the final of the 100 metres 15 years breaststroke for girls. The lanes and names are on the screen for you, and we wait the starters' orders. Correction, that should be the boys' 15 years, 100 metres. As we approach the 50 metre turn, it's very tight at the front. We're now approaching the finish of this event, and again it is very close between the top three competitors, and as we move into the finish it will be a win to lane 4, second place lane 5 and third place lane 3. So let's just check those results. Our screen's just taking a little while to update with those results. We believe the event in the water is the final of the girls' 15 years 100 metres breaststroke. In lane 0 is Aisha Jackson from Davidson. In lane 1, Sumar Sharma. Lane 2, Heidi Schneider. Lane 3, Madison Newman. Lane 4, Kelsey Van Eldik. Lane 5, Tegan Myers. Lane 6, Eleanor McGarvey. Lane 7, Zali Wilno. Lane 8, Alexandra Montz. And in lane 9, Chloe Ang. So we're approaching the finish. We have been experiencing some difficulties with the technical aspects of the live stream, but hopefully everything will fit into place with this race finishing. So that's a win to lane 4, Kelsey Van Eldig. In second place, Tegan Myers in lane 5, and we'll just wait on the screen for the confirmation of third place. So just confirming, third place, Madison Newman. So the final placings there, Kelsey Van Eldig, Tegan Myers, the next event will be the final of the boys 16 years 100 metres breaststroke. They await the starters' orders. It's a clean start. So in this final of the boys 16 years 100 metres breaststroke, in lane 0 we have Marshall Lynch, lane 1 Samuel Bloomfield, lane 2 Joshua Sales, lane 3 Remy Lennon, lane 4 Edwin Gow, lane 5 Dylan Truong, lane 6 Connor Diven, lane 7 Lucas Burry, and lane 9 Thomas Cheek. So at the first, or obviously at the 50 metre turn, we have a bit of a lead to Dylan Truong, and as they head to the finish with about 15 metres to go, it is very tight for first place, and we'll cut very shortly to the finish. And that'll see a win to Dylan Truong, second place Edwin Gow, and third place Remy Lennon. So we'll just await the official result, which is Dylan Truong in first place, Edwin Gow in second place, and Remy Lennon in third place. The next event will be the final of the girls 17 years to 19 years 100 metres breaststroke, and the swimmers are about to take their box for the start of the race. All competitors off to a clean start. In lane 0, Eve Lucy. Lane 1, Sky Harrigan. Lane 2, Lydia Hinton-Neal. In lane 3, Jade Van Duyn. Lane 4, Callis Presler. In lane 5, Paige Jones. Lane 6, Bridget Street. Lane 7, Jessica Buffett. Lane 8, Anne Denaire. And lane 9, Kyara McIntyre. And at the turn, 50 turn, it's Kaelis Presler from Williama High School, who won the 400 metres individual medley, swimming for Williama High School, currently leading this race. So with about 15 metres to go, we'll move on to the finish video. And it looks like it will be a good win to Kaelis Presler in an excellent time of 1:12.56. Second place, Paige Jones in 1:14.78. And third place, Jade Van Duwen, a time of 1:18.46. And once again, ladies, our apologies for the late finish. Due to the COVID protocols, we have had to separate the championships into two separate sections today, and with the late start at 1:30, it's put our finishing time back to approximately 5 p.m. So we'll move on to the final of the men's 17 years to 19 years 100 metres breaststroke. The swimmers are standing next to the box awaiting the starters' instructions. And they're off to a good start. We have in lane 0, Clayton Yao. Lane 1, Joshua Reed. Lane 2, Alexander Thompson. Lane 3, Cooper Phillips. Lane 4, Bailey Crean. Lane 5, Cade Knight. Lane 6, Cheng Chen Lin. Lane 7, Bevan Smith. Lane 8, Kato Nakaruma. And lane 9, Alan Lamb. And at the 50 turn, it's Bailey Crean with quite a good lead heading towards the finish. So the swimmers are in a traditional V shape based on the meet manager seeding of the times for the final. And with 15 metres to go, will probably be Bailey Crean in first place, second place Cooper Phillips, and in third place Cade Knight. So the time for Bailey is 1:06.94, Cooper Phillips 1:09.62, and in third place Cade Knight in 1:10.13. So as you previously indicated, ladies and gentlemen, the next final will be event 69, the 4x50, 15 years freestyle. And this will be the girls' final. So again, the swimmers are awaiting the starters' instructions. So in lane 0, We have Warners Bay, Lane 1, Katara, Lane 2, Endeavour, Lane 3, Eastville, Lane 4, Menai, Lane 5, Dubbo College, Lane 6, Albion Park, Lane 7, Cronulla, Lane 8, Ulladulla, and Lane 9, Whitebridge. So at the first turn, it's Dubbo College with a ever so slight lead, heading towards the 100 metres changeover. So the field has spread itself out a little bit as we move to the final turn at 150. So Millie Pollock in lane 4 from Menai will lead out as we head towards the finish. Again, we have a traditional V-shape with the seedings for the final. But as we switch over to the finish, it'll be a very good win to Menai in a time of 1:59.15. Second will be Dubbo College in a time of 2 minutes 00:52. And third place, Albion Park High School in a time of 2:01.44. So we're moving on now to the final of the boys 4x50 freestyle relay. So we're just awaiting the starter's instructions for this 15 years 4x50 freestyle relay. So at the first turn, a slight lead there to Concord High School, closely followed by Concord currently leading ever so slightly from Balgala Boys, and in third place Alstonville High School. So heading up to the final turn, the 150 mark. And at this turn, Balgala Boys has now taken the lead over Concord, And Epping Boys has moved into 3rd place, followed by Warners Bay in 4th place, and Alstonville in 5th place, Kirrawee in 6th place. So still a bit of a lead to Balgala Boys as they head to the finish. So we will see a win to Balgala Boys. 2nd place, Warners Bay High School. 3rd place, Epping Boys. 4th place, Alstonville. 5th place, Concord. And 6th place, Kirrawee. Moving on to the next event, which will be the final, again of the 4x50 metres freestyle. The girls 16 years. So we're just awaiting the starters' instructions. In this, the final of the girls 4x50 freestyle girls relay for 16 years. So it's a good start. So at the 50-metre turn, it's a good lead to Canterbury girls, closely followed by Merryweather. So the field is now starting to spread itself out a little bit as we head towards the turn for the 100 metres, which will be, see, the third swimmer enter the water. And again, it's still in the lead to Canterbury girls, followed by Merryweather, Davidson High School, and Hornsby Girls High School. So the field is starting to spread itself out just a touch as they head towards the final turn with the fourth swimmer about to enter the water. And it's Merryweather which has taken the lead, followed by Hornsby Girls, Davidson High School, and in fourth place Canterbury Girls High School. So as we approach the finish, which will flash to the final section now, it'll be a good win to Merryweather High, followed by Hornsby Girls, Casino in third, Davidson fourth, and they will just confirm our places. Merryweather first in a time of 1:57.22, Hornsby Girls second in a time of 2:00.14, and Casino High School in third in a time of 2:00.45. We're moving on now to the final of the boys 16 years 4x50 metres freestyle relay. So they're off to a clean start. Okay, as we approach the first turn, which we'll see the second swimmer enter the water, it's quite a close lead to Merriweather from Coffs Harbour, followed by Epping Boys and Lambton in fourth place. So heading up towards the 25 metre mark. Still very tight at the head of the field. And the field has compacted quite considerably. So at the turn, Coffs Harbour in first, Fort Street second, Merriweather third, Carringbar fourth, Epping Boys fifth. So the field, it's going to be a close finish this race in the 16 years boys 4x50 freestyle relay. As we head to the final turn, the 150 mark for the fourth swimmer. And Fort Street has now opened up its lead from Epping Boys, Coffs Harbour in third, Carringbar in fourth, Merriweather in fifth. As we move now to the finish, the screen will change over for you to get the finish. And very, very tight for first, and will be a photo. But Epping Boys, with Ben Lucas swimming the final leg in first place, Fort Street in second, Coffs Harbour in third, Merriweather fourth, Carringbar fifth. And there's your final placings, just to confirm. Epping Boys first in a time of 1:45.45. Fort Street second in time of 1:45.60. And Coffs Harbour in third place with a time of 1:47.80. So moving on to the final two 4x50 freestyle relay finals, and this will be the girls 4x50, and they now await the starters' instructions. So they're off to a good start, a good clean start, and very, very close as they head up towards the 25 metre mark in preparation for the turn at the 50, which will see the second swimmers enter the water. So very, very tight. We'll just cross now to the turn camera, and that'll see Freshwater Senior Campus in first place, closely followed by Tomaree in second, and Cronulla, which has had a very, very successful championship, currently running in third place. Again, it's pretty tight as they head towards the halfway mark of the second swimmers, approaching the third swimmer. And Freshwater will maintain that lead. Second place now to Albion Park High School. Third place Newcastle. And in fourth place Tweed Heads. So the first three are very, very tight. heading 15 metres out from the 150 metre mark, with the fourth swimmer about to enter the water. And Newcastle have taken a slight lead from Freshwater Senior Campus, Albion Park in third, and Tweed Heads in fourth. So it's going to be very tight for our first three places as we head towards the finish. 15 metres to go. And that'll be a good win to Newcastle from Freshwater Senior Campus, Albion Park in third place. So we'll confirm those times. In first place, Newcastle on a time of 1:55.28. Second place, Freshwater Senior Campus in a time of 1:56.11. And in third place, Albion Park High School in a time of 1:57.58. And we're now moving on to the final of the boys 17 to 19 years 4x50 freestyle relay. So the swimmers are just preparing to move onto their blocks under the starter's command. So this race will be getting away very, very shortly. The starter has asked the swimmers to move off their blocks. So we'll once again go under the starter's instructions for the commencement of the race. And it's a good start. So it's pretty tight moving up to the 25 metre mark as the swimmers go towards the first changeover, which will see the second swimmer enter the water. So in first place, Narrabeen Sports High School at the turn. So as they move up to the third swimmer changeover, our team in first place is Narrabeen Sports High School, looking pretty good at the moment, and okay, so we're just moving through now to the final changeover, and Cronulla High have taken the lead. Final swimmer being Ryan McGrath. Thomas Joy will be swimming currently in second. And as we move to the finish, very, very tight at in the lead. And we will leave that to the judges. But Cronulla will get up in first place, second place Narrabeen, and third place will be apologies, ladies and gentlemen, for so there are results on your screens. A good win to Cronulla in a time of 1:43.85.
So that race, the 50 metre breaststroke, we are about to go into the multi-class 50 metre breaststroke. Now this is a final for 12 to 15 years, girls. Tanae Famillo in 2, Claire Graham 3, Michaela Espy 4. I've got GEO, but it might be Georgia Duggan, and Emily Pratt, Kelly Ryan. Are the names? And they're in lanes 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And as always, with the multi-class events, the winner will be determined not necessarily by being first to touch, but depending on their category, there's an equation that is a standard that's worked out across the world, and that then converts into points. So there are the competitors. On the screen. Tanea Famillo, Claire Graham, Michaela Espy, Georgie Duggan, Emily Pratt, Kelly Ryan and Scarlett Highway. Lanes 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 50 metre breaststroke. Convincing swim by Michaela Espy, who touches now from lane 5, Georgie Duggan, and then over the other side to lane 6, Emily Pratt. So we won't take any of those places as being final until the mathematics is done. But on screen, that's what they look at this point. There are the places: Scarlett Highway, Michaela Espy, Georgie Duggan, 1, 2, 3. Now the next event is the 50 metre breaststroke, 12 to 15 years. We've got Sky Morrissey, Angel Jones, the swimmer in lane 2, Summer Klein, Nicole Taylor, Portia Jimison, Crystal Jessen, Alyssa Gillespie, Millie Springett-Kelly and Elizabeth Cockburn. This is a 50 metre multi-class breaststroke. The record 38.82. So lane 4, Nicole Taylor is going to be first to touch, followed by Portia Jemison. And in lane 3, Summer Klein. 40.19. Our first place getter. Now we've got a boys 50 metre breaststroke. We've got Davin Lee, Bailey Thompson, Lachlan Daly Monk. And in lane 9, Daniel O'Brien. So lanes 3, 4, 5, 9. I don't think 5 started, so that leaves us with 3, 4, 9. On this screen I can only see lanes 3 and 4, and it's lane 4, Bailey Thompson, leading from lane 5, Lachlan Daly Monk. The record here, 38.82. And there'll be a calculation done according to the category, and that calculation will determine our winner. So it's a matter of swim your best and let the officials sort it out from there. You can see by the lights in the pool area on the pool deck that it's getting toward the evening. Hopefully we get finished in time to watch the football tonight. Souths and Canberra. So the next event got in lane 0, Dylan Van Stralen, the swimmer in lane 1. We've got Josh Graham, Jack Carey, Darren Sisman, Matty Price, Declan Budd, Jaden Van Stralen, and Christian Miller and Carl Tasker. So right across the state, they're from Caringbah to Picton to Wellington to Young, Cootamundra. So, ooh, that start didn't quite look right, but we'll see. So lane 4, Darren Sisman from Endeavour. From 5, Matty Price. And that's the way they're going to finish. Now, I'm not sure if one of these lanes, and I don't think so, was involved in the problematical start, but maybe not, maybe no one. So it was Darren Sisman 1, Matty Price 2, 3, Jack Carey. 38.29. Now the record is 38.82. So that will be a record, all things being equal. 38.29. The old record, 38.82. So Darren Sisman is likely to be a new record holder. Just got Grant madly going through papers here to see exactly where we might be up to. I know we've got young people that probably have some connections with parents or coming to pick them up. Some others will be staying locally in the hotels that are from their rural districts. Grant seems to think we will finish in time to watch the football. So, next event is the girls weight. It's a breaststroke event, and we know it's a 50-metre event. It's the girls 16 to 19 years multi-class, 50 metre. The record here, 39.86. That's lane 4, McKinley Arneson. Narrowly from lane 5. It's a bit of a stroke and bob, but it is McKinley from lane 5, Jamie Plunkett. Lane 6, Samantha Whiting came in third, and fourth, Vanessa Ozols. Now we go to the 16 to 19 years boys. And from the bottom of your screen to the top, we've got Aidan Clark, Jess James, Xander Field, Damon Murphy, Lachlan Hanratty, Morgan Jean, Daniel McEwen, Michael Richter, and Mitch Basford. The board shorts have become the order of the day in some of these events, Grant. I noticed in some of the relays there were the board shorts. Are they streamlined board shorts or just your normal board short?
I think they're a specific swimming
A specific
short.
swimming attire, rather than the scungy.
Rather than the traditional swimming costume.
Okay. So this could be an Olympic garment. Well, they did have full suits at one stage, and I thought the FINA put the kibosh on those. They did. I don't know. Who knows what we'll see at the next Olympics? Assuming there is a next Olympics.
We're all hoping, Bill.
Lane 4, Lachlan Hanratty from Holsworthy has skipped away from the bunch. It's getting pretty dark from the wide shot. As we're getting closer, we'll pick that up with the lights. That's lane 4, then lane 5, Morgan Jean, and lane 3, Damon Murphy. 3:21, time of 35.14. Now that's another record. The old record 38.82, but that time 35.14. So Lachlan, you may well be a record holder. Beautiful swim. That was heat. No, that was heat. That's the only heat, I believe. So these must be finals, because we're going to the girls 15 years. So now we're going to the girls 15 years freestyle. 50 metre final. Girls 15 years freestyle. Fastest qualifier by a squeak was Hannah Main, 28.59, but 28.92, 27.95 in lane 5 27.93 Dominic Melbourne in lane 4. So 0.02 of a second. That's probably the difference between a good and a bad start. They're on their blocks. Record 26.20. That is a good record. So, given their heat times, you'd think that Dominique Melbourne in 4 and Georgia Christian Milne will fight this out. Let's get in close and we'll have a look. I'm not going to even try to pick that. That would have been as close as their heat times. Let's see what we're getting. We're getting Dominique Melbourne in 27.65 and we're getting Georgia Christian Milne in 27.74 second. And then third, Imogen Fickers, 27.92. So that looks like gold, silver, bronze as we go to the boys' 15 years, 50 metre freestyle. Lane 1, lane 0, Nate Atkinson, then Jack Leeson, Alexander Howden, Katie Hall, Joel Fleming, Bailey Whitten, Alexander Smith, Darcy Woodley, Angus Smythe and Denver Pelly rounds out the field. And again here, the times, Joel Fleming was a 25.06, Kobe Hall was a 25.36 and a 25.23 Bailey Whitten. So keep your eye on lanes 3, 4, 5. Well, we're a bit in the dark here, but that'll change in a moment. And that looks like 5. Yep, Bailey Whitten in 25.01 was first, second Kobe Hall, third Joel Fleming and fourth was Alexander Smith. To the next race, which is the 16 years 50 metre freestyles for girls. And we are on the home straight. We had a couple of false starts getting here, but we're on the home straight. Eve Porter, Zali Woolnow, Eleanor Mullum, Emily Ryan, Chelsea Jones, Kalani Kulormatangi, Stephanie Liu, Mia Cracknell, Grace Milgate and Natalia Jovanovic. Record 26.02 set in 2012 by Amy Matsuo. So, I'm sure mums, dads, friends and school mates, teachers all know who's in what lane. And I'm going to venture a guess at lane 4 here. Chelsea Jones, just from this point. That'll be Chelsea Jones, it'll be 3, 5, and then there might have been even lane 6 before lane 3. So lane 4, Chelsea Jones in 26.16, that is just outside the record. Then Kilani Kulamatangi, second. Emily Ryan, third. So that was 1, 2, 3, and then fourth, Stephanie Liu. Okay. 16 years boys 50 metre freestyle. Charles Walker, Benjamin Harris, Eamon Sato, Ben Lucas, Kobe Bujak Upton, Samuel Bloomfield, Edward Dodds, Oscar Croak, Dylan Truong and Harrison Bolton. They're awaiting starters' orders. Record 24.0, set in 2014 by Matthew Wilson, who'd have been delighted with that time. So, in a blanket finish, we've got 24.71 as the time, and we've got Edward Dodds in first place, Kobe Bujak Upton second, and Ben Lucas third, and Benjamin Harris was next. Girls, 17 to 19 years. You can see them on screen. From Jordan Amy's right down to Aisha Apthorpe. How would you pronounce that, Brent? Isha? Aisha? Whatever, it's a beautiful name. Isha Apthorpe. Isha, lovely name. So, the ladies are in waiting here for the starter to get them underway. I guess the nerves, once you get up on those blocks, the nerves go. It's all ready for action. And action it is. Emily Jones off the blocks best and maintaining it. It'll be 4 from 5. 26.68, a little outside the record. It was Emily Jones first, Emily O'Brien next, and got a bronze medal to Olivia Sullivan. Oh, no, Avril Jones. Yeah, Avril Jones, there was a change on that. The second viewing. Boys 7 to 19 years, Kai Fowler, lane 0, Nathan Robinson in 9, and in the critical lanes 3, 4, 5, Joshua Reid, Luke Garment and Bailey Crean. And there are all the names. They are away in the final individual race of the day. We've got 2 relays to come. This is the final individual race. We'll just zoom in close here now. I'm not going to even try to pick that. There was a big splash of water and bodies, but it's Luke Garment, 24.38, Josh Reed, second, silver, and Kaylin Fenwick Kearns, the bronze. So we'll try to give you these schools. This is the girls 12 to 19 years, 6-person relay. So they've got someone from each age group making up this relay from 12 to 17, 18, 19 years. Now, in lane 0, we've got Sydney Secondary College. Lane 1, Newcastle. Lane 2, Willoughby. 3, Cronulla. 4, Mackellar Girls. 5, Dubbo. 6, Woonona. 7, Wollongong. 8, Cheltenham. 9, Albury. It's going to be a bit more difficult trying to give you individual names at different points, but we will if we can. So we know the starters are Scarlett Finn, Lara Clack, Olivia Townsend, Sarah Stanley-Jones, Emily Ryan, Elmo Holland, Lara Elliott, Veronica Simmons, Kirkio, Evie Wee and Mia Knight. And they are in the water. And at this first change, it was lane 4 changed first. And we've seen some of these young ladies sprinkled through other events throughout the tournament in the various age groups. And right over this side, that looks like lane 2, which is Willoughby. So this is the 3rd swimmer. But it is lane 2 that will turn, lane 1 that will turn first. Lane 1, Newcastle. So it's lane 1, lane 3, lane 5 across the pool at the moment. 1, 3, 5, and Dubbo in lane 5 is just edged ahead with 2 swimmers to go. We've said it before during the course of the day, hats off to the people at Dubbo because they've performed brilliantly so far in this meet. So we go to our last swimmer. And it will be Dubbo to turn first. There'll be some excitement if they win this. If they win this, pity we've got fixed cameras because you'd be shifting a camera straight to that group of young ladies who will be very excited because I think they are going to win this. It's going to be tough. There's a real challenge here, but it won't be Dubbo is going to get the cash from lane 3, Cronulla, and then I think it was 4 in the middle, Mackellar. That's the way they've finished. Dubbo, Cronulla, Mackellar. 259.74. They're not interested in records. They've done what they could on the day. and there'll be great excitement in the Dubbo camp. So, to the last event of the afternoon, of the evening. From the bottom of your screen, we go from Picton, Cronulla, Chatswood, Epping, Balgowlah Boys, Warners Bay, Warilla, Sydney Tech, Lambton, Hills Sports. This record, by the way, was held by Kirrawee in 2010. So a bit of water under the bridge since then. It was 2:44.61. Six swimmers, one from each age group. Lane 3 and lane 6 in the early stages, with two not too far back. And there's two going to turn first. On the back of a terrific finish by their first swimmer. I'm going across all the way across to 6 or 7, but it's a wide berth. Two's in the water, and so is that far lane, which we can't quite get, but I reckon it's lane 7. Lane 8, Grant tells me. Grant thinks it's Lambton. So it's lane 2, lane 5, and the wide lane, which we think is lane 8. Okay, well, whatever the wash-up is over that other side, they're still hanging in. It's lane 4 from lane 2. As we come in tight and get ready for the next swimmer. Yeah. Lane 4, lane 7. Balgowlah, Sydney Tech, Sydney Technical College. Now it's lane 3 that's pushed into second place. Epping. So Balgowlah, Epping and Warners Bay. So we're going to have Balgowlah, we're going to have Warners Bay, and then to lane 3, Epping boys. That's the way they'll finish. The time was 2:45.30, a very good time. So that's the way they're going to finish, ladies and gentlemen. We thank you very much for your company during a long day here at Homebush, but a very worthwhile and valuable day. We had some terrific people in to interview, and they gave us a lot of valuable information. We also saw some great swimming, and we're going to do it all again tomorrow morning. Please drive carefully, but we'll catch you in the morning. It's an 8 o'clock start. Stay well.